Chapter 1794, Last Memory. There was a lot more to talk about, so they returned to the courtyard and immersed themselves in a detailed discussion of the upcoming war. Now that both knew what hidden cards they held, they could work out how to deal with a great number of possible events effectively. At the same time, more issues were uncovered as they discussed tactical solutions. For example, Cassie possessed a much deeper knowledge of what aspects, abilities, and memories the main combatants of both domains possessed. She could share all that knowledge with Sonny, which would help him deal with these people on the battlefield, should the need arise. He had collected a lot of information in the last year, but she knew more. So, he felt a subtle sense of excitement as many of the gaps in his understanding of the playing field, the players, and the figures they would move were covered one by one. Still, it was a strange conversation. Neither of them had the ability to predict how the war would turn out exactly. So, they were simply preparing themselves to face the unknown as best they could. The rulers of the great clans were having similar meetings, without a doubt. Granted, theirs were much more crowded and ostentatious. Sonny also knew that, although he was facing Cassie, Nephi's was passively participating in the conversation as well. The blind seer had the ability to communicate with her telepathically, after all. So, she was both talking to him and relaying the necessary information to Nephi's at the same time, asking for her input when it was needed. After a while, it seemed like they had finally exhausted the deep well of things that needed to be discussed urgently. Finally, silence enveloped the nameless temple once more. Cassie poured herself more tea and picked up the cup, turning to the lonesome tree. After a while, she spoke evenly. The situation is developing rapidly in the waking world. Clan Valor has already leveled accusations against Master Dar and Silent Stalker. They are not pointing directly at Clan Song yet, but when the Queen inevitably refuses to support the investigation, it would be all too easy to make it seem as if she is implicated. She let out a deep sigh. Both domains are boiling with indignation. The citizens of the Sword domain are in outrage over the attempt on Nef's life, while those in the Song domain are appalled at being accused of it. Passions are burning hot, and all the seeds of discord that had been planted earlier are blooming. The situation is highly volatile. If this continues, the young woman hesitated for a few moments. I'm afraid that peace won't outlive winter. Come spring, one of the sovereigns will declare war. Spring was roughly a month away. Sonny knew these facts himself, but he still couldn't quite believe that the calamity was so near. Had the ancient people felt the same way in the days before the Doom War, a month was not a lot of time at all. He closed his eyes for a moment. I won't be able to forge the sword for Nephi's in time. Nor would he be able to solve the mirror maze below the true bastion in time. Not to mention that he had not even gotten close to infiltrating the Jade Palace yet. It seemed that he would only be able to gain more fragments of Weaver's lineage after the rulers of the two great citadels were gone. Unless he wanted to leave his main body and one of the 6 shadows on the sidelines, leaving himself in a weakened state for the carnage in Godgrave. What was he going to do with the humble shopkeeper once the war started? Nephi's would leave Bastion. Cassie, too, was he really going to stay? Sonny sighed, then looked at his blind companion. I don't think that our private deal can continue. Cassie had agreed to hide his presence in the true Bastion in exchange for reading his memories. Sonny could only sneak there when the moon was full, and if the war was going to start in a month. She remained silent for a moment. There is still a full moon left before the war. Sonny shook his head dejectedly. I don't think that I'll be able to conquer that maze in a single night. Still, there is one more memory I want to show you. A pale smile appeared on his lips. So how about we do it right now? Cassie was a little startled. Now here, he nodded. We are alone and no one will disturb us. I'll have more time to explore the maze if I pay for your services in advance. She seemed a little hesitant. Are you sure? Instead of answering, Sonny finished his tea, then stood up and moved his chair closer. "Quite sure. Look into my eyes." Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then did what he had told her to do. Sonny thought back to the forgotten shore. He was laying on the weathered stone, staring dispassionately at the empty black sky. His face was motionless and his eyes were empty. He had scaled the statue of the night a day or two ago, and simply remained there without moving ever since. This was where he had first arrived at the forgotten shore all those years ago. There was no feeling or desire in his heart. How did I end up on this damned statue all alone again? Life was such a funny thing. He had worked so hard and suffered so much, but here he was, right where he had started. What was he supposed to do now? He remembered the black mirror of the sealed sea once more, feeling regretful for not diving into its dark depths. That would have been a fitting way to end it all. But he had already decided against it, so there was no going back. Instead, he would just stay here for a while more. Another day passed in deafening silence, and then another, and then Sonny grew bored. It seemed that boredom was a much more powerful emotion than all the rest, because he was still tormented by it even when nothing else was able to bother him much. Eventually, Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. "This is seriously tedious." Muttering a curse, he sat up and looked around. All right. There was nothing more he wanted to see on the forgotten shore, so it was time to decide where he was going to go next. The Hollow Mountains lay south. The Nightmare Desert lay east. No one knew what lay west and north. So these were his two choices: follow the mountains west or venture in the opposite direction of where humans lived. Let's get as much distance between me and humanity as possible. Sonny smiled faintly, then stood up. In the past, it was an arduous process for him to descend from the colossal statue. But now he simply stepped and fell down, turning into a crow at the last moment. Opening his wings, he glided on the cold wind and flew above the ashen desert. It was time to delve into the unknown. Chapter 1795. Burned forest. Before leaving the statue of the night behind, Sonny hesitated for a while, and then manifested one of his avatars. Taking control of that incarnation, he left a tether on the ancient stone. Sonny had the ability to possess 7 bodies now, but he still only had a single soul. Each of his incarnations was nevertheless capable of having its own tether. He wasn't sure that he would want to return to the forgotten shore, but since crossing the Hollow Mountains again did not sound particularly pleasant, decided to leave himself a path, just in case. With that done, Sonny went north. Riding Nightmare, he traversed the silent darkness at a measured pace. The hooves of his tenebrous steed rustled softly in the ashen dust, and with each day, the distance between him and the distant human territories continued to increase. He had never visited the northern reaches of the forgotten shore before, so everything here was new to him. Granted, there was not much to look at times. Curious landmarks appeared on the horizon, but none of them managed to pique his interest. There were crumbled ruins, bones of ancient leviathans, and frames of rotten ships. He left it all behind, feeling calm and unburdened. There was nothing he had to accomplish and no looming necessity urging him forward. Time lost all meaning to him. He slept when he was tired and ate when he was hungry. Other than that, Sonny did not concern himself with anything. Of course, he still forced himself to maintain vigilance. There could still be nightmare creatures left on the forgotten shore, and even if there were none, it was a bad idea to break the habit of always paying attention to his surroundings. Eventually, the landscape around him changed. Sonny first noticed that there was less and less dust covering the ground. Then, patches of dark soil started to appear with increased frequency. That meant that the coral labyrinth had been sparser here once. A few days later, he started to encounter tall hills. There were more of them the further north he went, standing in a strangely orderly manner. After investigating one of the hills, Sonny discovered that it was artificial in nature. He could sense a vast burial chamber somewhere far below him. It was a barrow. Climbing to the top of the burial hill, Sonny looked around and counted. However, there were too many of them to count. Giving up after a few hundred, he sat down and stared into the darkness for a while. Then he stepped into the shadows and descended into the burial chamber. A broken sarcophagus stood there, at least 10 meters in length. Inside were the bones of a nameless giant. There were remains of crude armor covering the bones, but time had erased all clues of who was buried here and by whom. There was no vengeful wraith waiting for Sonny in the burial chamber. Nevertheless, he suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his spine. Trusting the sense of dire premonition, he threw one last look at the sarcophagus and dissolved into the shadows. Returning to the surface, Sonny looked at the boundless black sky and climbed into the saddle. Even Nightmare seemed nervous in the vicinity of the ominous hill, so he wasted no time to leave. Riding north, Sonny couldn't help but remember the Nightmare Gate near Rain's school. The abominations he had fought that day were called the Barrow Wraiths. Were they, perhaps, connected to the builders of these barrows? The next day he saw sunlight for the first time in a long, long time. At first, Sonny did not even realize what was happening, thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. But then he understood that he wasn't seeing things. The impenetrable darkness of the empty sky was indeed turning paler. Stunned, he dismounted and sat on the ground, looking at the eastern horizon. As the sky brightened, color slowly returned to the world, from black to midnight blue to pale lilac. And then finally beautiful magenta that gave way to a golden dawn. The sun rose above the horizon like a chalice of divinity, illuminating the world. How strange! Sonny's face was wet. He didn't even know why he was crying. He didn't feel particularly sad or happy or awed. It was just pleasant to witness something beautiful, to not be lost from light anymore. His eyes had just grown accustomed to the peaceful darkness, perhaps. "I've left the forgotten shore," he smiled. Sonny was pretty sure that no other human had ventured that far north before. He had discovered a new region of the dream realm. That meant that there would be nightmare creatures waiting for him in the unexplored wilderness. Still, he wasn't discouraged. His reserves of food were running quite low after all. When the sun rose and the sky was painted gray, Sonny continued on his way. This time, he was especially careful, knowing that unknown horrors could attack him at any moment. Soon a dark line appeared on the horizon. He assumed that there would be another mountain chain barring his path, but was proven wrong after getting closer. Sitting in the saddle, Sonny looked ahead with an emotionless face. Out there in front of him, a sea of jagged black pillars was rising into the sky, each as wide as a tower. It was as if countless dead giants were reaching toward the sky with twisted, skeletal fingers. The pillars were the blackened, broken trunks of great trees. He was looking at a destroyed forest of titanic proportions. Sonny was struggling to imagine how tall the trees had been before they were broken and toppled, and how vast the forest was. All that he could tell was that it was a land meant for deities, not mortals. Urging Nightmare forward, Sonny slowly entered the burned forest. Despite the thousands of years that had passed since it was devoured by flames, the scorched trees had not decayed and crumbled into dust. They were still intact, just broken. It was as if someone had vengefully shattered each one, so that none remained standing. The broken trunks covered the ground, intertwined into an impassable disarray. Most of them were as wide as roads, stretching at steep angles or sloping down into the dark depths of the deadfall. The layer of broken trees must have been several hundred meters thick, and there was no telling what hid in the gaps between the charred remains of the ancient trees. Sonny had no desire to find out, so he sent Nightmare onto the nearest horizontal trunk. Moving forward wasn't easy, since he often had to change directions, going up and down, or jumping from one fallen tree to another. A few hours later, Sonny encountered his first foe. Chapter 1796, End of the world, it was a black, glistening millipede that lunged at him from under the deadfall. Its armored body was about 3 meters in length, as wide as an adult man's torso. Instead of a pair of mandibles, it had an eerily human mouth full of sharp, needle-like fangs. The millipede was a corrupted beast. Sonny did not move from the saddle and simply turned his head with a dark look. Before the creature could reach him, dark tentacles rose from the blackened surface of the dead tree and enveloped it, slamming the abomination down. Then they moved like saws, their undersides turning into sharp blades. A few heartbeats later, the millipede was sawn into a dozen bleeding chunks. It struggled weakly and then grew still. Sonny dismissed the shadows and stared at the gruesome remains incredulously. Then he sighed and looked up. "I'm supposed to eat that." Before he could jump off the saddle to harvest the millipede's meat and soul shards, though he sensed a tide of shadows moving in his direction. Soon enough, the broken forest came alive. It looked as if a flood of darkness flowed from under the ancient trunks, rushing at him with terrible speed. A deafening rustle assaulted his ears. Sonny cursed in a stifled voice. The flood of darkness was not the second coming of the dark sea. Instead, there were more millipedes slithering towards him. Thousands of them at least, all of the same rank and class as the first one. Sonny was powerful. He was even powerful beyond belief, if compared to an average saint. However, he was not inclined to battle a swarm of thousands of corrupted beasts. Dismissing nightmare, he turned into a shadow and fled. A moment later, the tide of millipedes flowed over the remains of their fallen sibling, and in a split second, the meat he had been reluctant to collect was gone. Not even a piece of black chitin remained. Gliding away stealthily, Sonny let out a bitter, mental sigh. No wonder. No wonder none of the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore had managed to find salvation by trying to reach another region of the dream realm. Even if they somehow managed to traverse thousands of kilometers of the Crimson Labyrinth, hiding from the Dark Sea at night, all that awaited them beyond the coral was death. Hollow Mountains and Nightmare Desert were a death warrant, but this burned forest was not any better. It was another death zone. Sonny had no doubt that there was no salvation west of the Forgotten Shore either. Doesn't matter. Leaving the swarm of millipedes behind, he continued to move north. It took Sonny a long time to make his way through the burned forest. He was quickly reminded that he was at the bottom of the food chain after that first encounter with the swarm of corrupted beasts. He met many more nightmare creatures, most of them much more powerful than the millipedes were. There were plenty of great abominations on the outskirts of the forest. As for its depths, Sonny had not dared venturing there, moving instead in a wide circle. He had evaded some and killed some. His food stores were replenished, but his body was in a sorry state. It was to the point where he had to remain in the form of a shadow for a while, using one of the avatars as the main vessel of his consciousness instead. His incarnations were independent of each other, so if one received a wound, it was not reflected on the rest. Because of that, he could rotate them when there was a need, letting the damaged ones heal while the fresh ones fought. That way, he managed to survive crossing the burned forest. There were days when he moved, days when he rested, and days when he hid himself in the darkness, scouting the way ahead with utmost caution. During one of such days, Sonny witnessed something that rattled him to the core. As his shadow climbed on the taller remnant left behind by one of the burned trees, he could suddenly see deep into the forest, where an enormous depression in the earth was carpeted by broken trunks. And in the middle of that vast plain stood a charred stump. The sight of that stump left Sonny speechless. Its size was truly unimaginable. The surface where the trunk of the colossal tree had broken off was vast enough to be considered a plateau. Each bulging, blackened root was like a mountain. The creases of the scorched bark were like deep valleys, and the shadows populating them were enough to drown entire cities. Sonny could not imagine what could have destroyed such a tree. When it had stood whole, its crown must have brushed against the stars, and the sun must have passed between its branches, following the moon. If there had truly been a world tree, then this had to be its corpse. Somebody had annihilated it, complete with innumerable living beings that must have lived on its colossal branches. I'm so small. Hidden far away, in a dark fissure between two fallen trunks, Sonny smiled darkly. He was so far below the unimaginable tree and the being who had destroyed it that even thinking about himself in that context was preposterous. For now, at least. Not long after that, Sonny continued his journey. He arduously made his way through the burned forest and eventually left it behind. By then, the sun did not rise at night anymore. The sky was not entirely black, though. It was illuminated by countless stars, and although the moon did not show itself, he could see a ghostly radiance sometimes, as if it was hidden just out of sight. The weather slowly turned more and more severe. Sonny was no stranger to cold, but still he was starting to struggle slightly. The ground was slowly devoured by ice. Sonny continued to move north, and at some point he could not see ground at the bottom of the deep cracks in the ice anymore. Instead, there was only water. By then he really felt as if he was approaching the edge of the world. Sonny journeyed on, overcome by strange excitement. Would he really reach the boundary of the dream realm? There was curvature to the horizon here, so reasonably, this strange world was supposed to be a sphere, just like Earth. So he might end up entering the storm sea from the south. However, reason did not always work in the dream realm. So Sonny could easily imagine that the world would just end, opening up into an endless dark abyss. Or maybe an infinity of billowing white mist into nothing. What would it feel like to stand on the edge of the world and peer beyond? Suffering from cold and lethal wind, Sonny stubbornly moved further north. There was nothing around him anymore. No ruins, no nightmare creatures, no signs of ancient battles. Only the wind, the ice, and the stars. But then, one day, something suddenly appeared in the distance. A shape that was different from all the rest, too orderly and smooth to not be artificial. Barely containing his fascination, Sonny walked in that direction. He moved closer and closer until the strange structure finally revealed itself. Sonny stumbled. His weathered face suddenly froze. All traces of excitement were erased from it, replaced by a deep, powerful emotion that wasn't quite horror and wasn't quite shock, but very close to both. He swayed slightly. A slow exhale slowly escaped from his lips. Sonny sank to his knees. Tears rolled from his eyes, turning into drops of ice. Here it's here. It was. A bitter smile split his pale face apart. Out there in front of him, hidden in the ice, stood a small settlement. It was surrounded by a thick wall which was now broken and covered in snow. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the settlement, painted white against the backdrop of the starlit sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. It was an observatory, a lunar observatory. It was Low 49. Chapter 1797. Last Refuge. Sonny would have loved to be wrong. He would have liked to believe that he had lost his sanity from solitude and hopelessness, or even that he had fallen under the effect of a strange mind hex, that he was looking at an illusion conjured by some harrowing abomination. But in his heart, he knew that his eyes weren't lying to him. Out there in front of him, buried in snow and ice, was indeed Lunar Observatory 49, the research settlement where he had met Bate and Professor Obel once, during the chain of nightmares, where dusk of fallen grace killed everyone except for a handful of people that Sonny had taken away in time. The dome of the old observatory was the same. The alloy wall was the same, even if its turrets had turned into ice sculptures. The empty buildings where the scientists, soldiers, and assisting personnel had once lived and worked were the same, too. The research installation stood lonesomely under the starlit sky, drowning in snow. Sonny shivered. How? But he knew how. Windflower had warned him. She had told him that his world would be consumed by the dream realm one day just like hers. He had known that it was inevitable for a long time. However, Sonny had never thought that the process would have started so soon. I thought. He still had time. He remained motionless for a while, taking in the eerie sight of the empty facility with an expression that went beyond despair. It felt so wrong to see alloy walls and prefab structures in the dream realm. Appalling. Sonny had no words to describe what he was feeling. He had left the waking world behind, and yet, witnessing the root of its future destruction had rattled him to the very core. The dilapidated streets of the outskirts, the beautiful terrace district in the inner city, the fortress-like awakened academy, the prestigious school where Rain had studied. Everything he knew would be swallowed by the dream realm soon. Worse than that, all the places that formed the background of his memories would not just be transported to another world. They would become forgotten ruins, just the kind Sonny was fond of exploring. Weathered, forlorn, and teeming with revolting abominations. That was the grim future of the world infected by the nightmare spell. Only there would be no one to explore the ruins of the waking world and wonder about the people who had populated them once, because Sonny's realm was the last to be consumed. There would be no explorers left to remember their lives and struggles. The waking world would cease to exist, maybe not in a year or even a decade, but the process had already started. Sonny did not know how long he had spent kneeling in the snow in front of the silent research station. Eventually, though, he shakily rose to his feet and walked toward the crumbled wall. He spent some time wandering Low 49 in a daze. Back then, Sonny had left in a hurry. After delivering his cohort and the two civilians to safety, he mounted Nightmare and returned, but he did not enter the facility again, only looking at it from afar. Everyone was gone, taken by dusk of fallen grace. Even though Sonny killed the terror later with the help of Neve and Saint Bloodwave, the memory of the empty settlement was still connected to a feeling of powerlessness and deep, chilling fear in his heart. Funnily enough, he felt the same way now. Nothing seemed to have changed in Low 49. There was some damage caused by the harsh environment, and the exteriors of the alloy buildings were covered in ice and snow. However, the interiors were in surprisingly good condition. All the tech had stopped working, of course. But the material legacy was all there. There were clothes, furniture, and decorations, kitchen utensils, writing implements, and synthetic paper. The important data had been stored digitally, but many scientists had been in the habit of writing notes by hand or drawing complicated formulas on the boards. There were also useless items people accumulated throughout their lives: toys, trinkets, and sentimental mementos, posters, musical instruments, and handicrafts. Some of it would decay with the passage of time. But actually, most of the things created by modern humans were quite lasting. If someone unfamiliar with the civilization of the waking world visited this place in the future, what would they think about the people who had perished at Low 49? Would they think that the ancient people had been ingenious and worthy of admiration, excelling in craft and architecture? That they created enchanting art, pursued enlightenment, and were quite knowledgeable about the arcane principles that governed the world? Or that the ancient people had been warlike and austere, living in harsh conditions and surrounding their utilitarian homes by tall metal walls? After all, there were weapons and military uniforms everywhere in Low 49 as well. However, there were no corpses, no bones, no signs of a vicious battle. Nobody would know what had happened here, and at best, they would feel idle curiosity about the fate of the missing inhabitants. About as much of it as Sonny had felt in the ruins of the Dark City before it became vitally important to learn the truth of it all. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. It was because Sonny knew better than most what it meant to be forgotten. Sometimes, not being remembered was worse than death. Ah, I hate it. Still unable to come to terms with the dreadful revelation, he remained motionless for a while and then left the settlement to wander around. It was strange. The research facility was how it had been. Some of its surroundings were familiar, too, but the rest was not. The ocean shore might have been hidden under the ice, but the mountains were definitely missing. After exploring the area more thoroughly, Sonny made sure that he wasn't mistaken. He had almost expected to find the entire Antarctica here, but somehow it was nowhere to be found. There were no mountains, no highways, no underground base that he had used as shelter after meeting Jeer and his small convoy of refugees. Instead, there was just an endless plain of ice. It was as if a small chunk had been torn out of the waking world and transported here, then stitched to the patchwork realm of nightmares. No matter how long Sonny looked, he did not find another. Still, the dream realm was vast. There could be more pieces of Antarctica lost somewhere in the ice. Other areas could be elsewhere. Sonny would not be surprised if it turned out that a piece of America was now drifting somewhere in Stormsea, or that parts of Europe could be found west of the forgotten shore. There was no point in continuing the search anymore. Nothing would change if he found another fragment of the waking world here. Sonny looked south, where Low 49 was hidden in the darkness. Then he looked north at the endless expanse of ice. The desire to explore the unknown that had pushed him forward so far was inexplicably gone, doused by the grim discovery. Letting out a sigh, he summoned the marvelous mimic, commanded it to turn into a hut, and went inside. His mind was numb and his heart was cold. So Sonny decided to sleep. Chapter 1798, Knowledge of Everything. When Sonny woke up, reality was the same. His dreams did not change the cold, ruthless truth. He had wondered a lot what he would find at the edge of this alien world, but never expected to find the end of his own. Sonny slowly sat up and stared at the wall with an absent expression. Would he still be alone in this frozen wasteland when his crumbling world became one with the spreading dream realm? Reality was the same, but he was not. It wasn't unexpected to change after witnessing something so shocking. He had mused about how small he was in comparison to the colossal stump in the burned forest. But only witnessing the white dome of Low 49 under the strange sky had really put his entire life in perspective. Sonny was quite a self-centered person. He wasn't a narcissist or someone who had no empathy for anyone except himself, but he cared about himself more than he did about others. There were a few people out there he would die for, but even then, it was because they were dear to him, and their loss would hurt him terribly. Only those who had not suffered before were oblivious enough to be truly selfless. People who had experienced anguish and pain knew the value of selfishness, because caring about oneself meant not having to suffer that anguish again. So, Sonny was a reasonably selfish man. He was also a man who had experienced all kinds of torment, witnessed great tragedies, and endured it all to continue walking forward. Still, even he could not remain unmoved in the face of the destruction of his world and the extinction of his kind. She was right. Knowledge is indeed the heaviest thing in the world. The winds were howling beyond the walls of the empty hut. The sky was cold and dark. Pale starlight bathed the desolate expanse of ice, reflecting from it in a ghostly radiance. Some distance away, the dome of Low 49 stood lonesomely above the snow. Sonny let out a long sigh. He did not want to, but had no choice except to reevaluate a lot of things. Very important things, including the very concept of the future and his own place in its frightening reach. In fact, even though Sonny did not know what to think yet, he felt that he had already made a few decisions. It was just that he had not realized these decisions yet. Life was so messy. He had gone to Antarctica in search of conviction, thinking that his own was lacking. He did not find what he was looking for there, but instead learned that his own beliefs and aspirations were in no way inferior to anyone else's. Sunny had also learned to despise the sovereigns in Antarctica, the callous ghouls who played their games while countless people died, even though they could extend a hand and save them. He wanted to make his will known and if not punish the tyrants, then at least prevent their hidden conflict from causing too much collateral damage among the civilian population. He did a few things to realize that goal, but before his efforts truly bore fruit, the Battle of the Black Skull happened. And then, Sunny was thrown into the third nightmare. What happened in the tomb of Ariel? Well, he made a proper mess of everything, and then somehow solved it as well. But the way he solved it was more damaging than the nightmare itself. However, those were his personal issues. They had nothing to do with the sovereigns, what he had wanted to do in Antarctica, and the fate of the world. And by the time he returned, the sovereigns had already made their move, and the southern campaign was over. Those refugees that had not been evacuated across the ocean fled into the dream gates and left the waking world. Sunny's immediate goal had no meaning anymore. Sunny himself, meanwhile, was abandoned by the world. He was forgotten, expelled, and erased from existence, untethered from everyone and everything, completely lost. So he left. He left and never looked back, crossing the hollow mountains, the forgotten shore, and the burned forest in solitude, all to leave the world that had rejected him behind, only to find a piece of that world at the end of the journey. What was he supposed to do now? Should he continue to pretend that nothing of what was happening to humanity had anything to do with him now? Should he continue to hide, keep his own company, and slowly lose his mind? Should he continue going north? Just yesterday, Sunny was full of excitement at the thought of exploring the uncharted parts of the dream realm. But today, he did not care anymore. The thrill was gone, replaced by a heavy emptiness. Summoning the endless spring, Sunny drank some water, sighed, and then absent-mindedly looked at the beautiful glass bottle. That memory of his had served him well over the years. It was a gift from someone who didn't remember him anymore. His expression turned cold. Of course, there was a different choice to be made and a different destiny to be carved out. Instead of heading north, he could turn around and go back. He could return. And then what? Nobody remembered him. Nephi's Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, Rain, Teacher Julius, St. Tyrus, Bate, and everyone else. They did not think or care about someone they did not know, but Sunny remembered. When I go back, if I go back, I'll have to do a few tricky things. By now, he was powerful enough not to be a mere spectator. Why did he have to simply watch the ruthless players move the figures across the board? Instead, he could exert his influence to personally change the game. A person like him could do a lot when no one was looking his way. The idea of confronting the sovereign seemed like pure madness before. It still did, but was it really? Could Sunny exert his will and reshape the world to fit his desires? He would have to plot the downfall of Anvil of Valor and Kai Song. There was the third one, as well, perhaps the most dangerous of the three, but dealing with the sovereigns was only the beginning. Now that the destruction of everything was accelerating, there was only one way forward to the very end. Either the nightmare spell would swallow humanity or be conquered by humans, supreme, sacred, divine. The end could only be stopped if new gods were born of humanity. Therefore, that was what Sunny had to ensure if he went back. Did he dare to dream it? A long time ago, Nephi's had proclaimed her determination to conquer every nightmare. Sunny had thought that she was insane back then. The wind was growing colder outside. He remained silent for a long time, listening to its howling. So what if it's insane? Sunny was not quite healthy in the mental department himself. He had not been for a long time. He did dare to dream it. At this point, there was very little that he did not dare to do. Walking out of the door, Sunny looked at the sky. The sky was full of stars. I am nobody, and I have nothing. He inhaled the frigid air and looked south with a cold, dark gleam in his lightless eyes. So let's change everything. With that, he dismissed the marvelous mimic and reached into his soul, which was still tethered to the waking world. Soon, his figure disappeared from the sea of starlit ice. Instead, a ragged silhouette appeared on a desolate street in the outskirts of NQSC, surrounded by a whirlwind of dancing snowflakes. Chapter 1799. Back to civilization, Sunny returned to the outskirts. After years spent in the wild reaches of the dream realm, NQSC was like an explosion. Sunny almost fell to the ground after being assaulted by a myriad of movements and sensations. There were sounds, scents, and countless scenes. Most of all, there were shadows. A vast legion of them, all moving and changing, surrounding him like a boundless whirlpool. Overwhelmed by them, he spent several days hiding in an abandoned room at the top of a ramshackle dormitory hive. His mind wasn't ready for the sensory overload of being among hundreds of millions of people subduing his shadow sense. He waited for a while, slowly preparing himself to face humanity again. Gradually, Sunny let his senses loose, first to envelop a few levels of the dormitory hive, then all of it. Laying in the darkness, he could feel thousands of humans go about their harsh lives, observing their sorrows, joys, and struggles. Then his shadow sense extended outward, enveloping the outskirts one street after another. At some point, Sunny felt as if he was an invisible, omniscient deity. The area he could perceive was too vast for his mind to concentrate on each shadow, to witness every person, and yet, there was no better way of throwing himself into the half-forgotten feeling of being human. Slowly, the feral grip of solitude that the dream realm had on his mind loosened. Sunny remembered how to be a person again. His status in the waking world was questionable. He didn't really exist. A nice family was now living in his terrace district house. He had no money, no citizenship, and no home, which was pretty much exactly how it had been back in the days of living as an outskirt rat. A very familiar situation. Of course, Sunny himself was entirely different from his younger self. He was a saint now, which meant that he wasn't just a rat. He was the strongest, most vicious and fearsome rat in the world. The loftiest rat there was. A true rat king. The outskirts themselves had changed as well. They were much emptier, as if someone had culled the population of this miserable place in the past few years. Sunny knew that many of the most disenfranchised people of the waking world had been seduced by the lure of the dream. Gates, one of his incarnations, had followed Rain to Ravenheart, after all. But knowing and seeing were two different things. Even this place can change, he felt, uprooted somehow. But it was a good thing for this part of his past to have changed. Moving in the shadows, Sunny found a better place to stay and thoroughly washed himself. Then he procured a cheap communicator and a sizable sum of credits. Things that had been insurmountable for him as a kid were easier than breathing now. He did not have to scrounge for food and shelter. He did not have to fear the other humans populating the city slums. He could survive here with no effort whatsoever, live as lavishly as he wanted even. But what was the point if the world was already falling apart? Sunny did not care about the bitter past. It had no hold over him anymore. He had outgrown the outskirts. After getting himself in order, Sunny sighed, turned into a shadow, and reached for the tether. His original body was still tethered to the Ivory Island, of course. The Ivory Island had long left the chained isles by now, and the crushing was no more. With its departure, the force keeping the flying islands afloat had weakened significantly, accelerating the demise of the region. The sanctuary of Noctis was situated at the edge of the chained isles, so it was still safe. However, more and more islands fell into the sky below with each year. In a few decades, most likely, there would be none left, erasing the last remains of the Kingdom of Hope, except for the ivory tower itself. Sunny had expected to find himself above Bastion, but it seemed that Nephis and Cassie had been sent out to accomplish a mission. The beautiful island was moving across the sky of the Sword Domain, and the fire keepers were preparing for battle. Sonny did not disturb them and jumped off the edge, unnoticed. Turning into a crow, he glided to the ground and watched the ivory island drift away. Then, with a sigh, he summoned Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Funnily enough, his destination was in the north. Sonny had plenty of time to consider the situation while getting his bearings in the outskirts, and although he did not have a concrete plan yet, he knew that one place would play a great role in the approaching war. A death zone known as Godgrave. So that was where he headed. Of course, to get there, he had to cross most of the sword domain first. Strangely enough, the journey was relaxing. Sonny had spent so much time braving the deadliest regions of the dream realm that the territories conquered by humans seemed peaceful and safe. As long as he remained vigilant, nothing here could seriously threaten him. Granted, the dream realm was still dire and full of dangers. Overconfidence was still an insidious killer, and one mistake could cost him his life. It was just that the scale of that mistake had to be quite significant now. Nevertheless, Sonny enjoyed the feeling of being at the top of the food chain. He rode Nightmare while 4 of his shadows served as a stealthy vanguard, circling him at a distance. That way, he was alerted of any danger long before it could pose a threat. Sonny avoided the human settlements, but sent his shadows to observe them and collect the news from time to time. He was learning more about the current situation in the two worlds, and slowly working out the basics of a plan. A couple of weeks later, a mountain chain barred his path. It was much less impressive than the dreaded expanse of the Hollow Mountains, but still had a bad reputation. When Sonny was a small child, these mountains were the northern boundary of the human enclave in the dream realm. After Valor's northward expansion, though, they were simply a natural barrier in the heart of the sword domain now. Sonny studied them with a slightly surprised expression. Not because of their historical significance, but for an entirely different reason. These mountains, no way. He recognized them. The steep rocky slopes were barren and sharp ridges were covered in snow. There was one mountain that towered above the rest, though jagged and lonesome. It dwarfed other peaks of the mountain chain, cutting the night sky with its sharp edges. A radiant moon bathed its slopes in the ghostly, pale light. It was the Black Mountain from his first nightmare. Chapter 1800 Return to the Black Mountain. Sonny often thought about the slave caravan, but he never actually tried to learn more about the events that had transpired in the nightmare. He knew that they had happened at the dusk of the Golden Age, not long before the start of the Doom War. Back then, the gods had grown indifferent and distant, and the soldiers of an expansionist empire that worshipped war wiped out the shadow cult, burning down all its temples. However, he did not know much about that empire and the lands it had conquered. The history of the Dream Realm was overshadowed by the calamitous destruction of the Doom War, and while it was possible to learn a thing or two about the previous eras, the devastation had erased most traces of the last human civilizations. So, Sonny had never actually expected to behold the Black Mountain again. He stared at its distant peak in bewilderment. Then, a sense of subtle curiosity bloomed in his heart. Might as well take a look. Sonny actually felt a hint of sentimentality. Back then, it took the caravan days to scale the mountain pass. Sonny remembered the agony of walking up the mountain road vividly, the cold, the pain, the biting touch of the iron shackles that shredded his wrists. He had felt so tired and weak, not knowing if he would survive the cruel march. Many of the slaves had not, and ended up being tossed off the cliff after falling into the snow. It was a hard thing to climb a mountain while hungry and on the verge of freezing. Today, Sonny simply stepped into the shadows and appeared halfway up the slope. Step, step, and another step. Just like that, he was standing below the towering edifice of the Black Mountain. Thousands of years had passed since the day the slave caravan was destroyed. The mountain road had already been old and crumbling back then now, no trace of it remained. For a few moments, Sonny contemplated staying here for a while to find the old bones. He was curious to know what had actually happened to the nameless slave and Oro of the Nine. Had they escaped the Mountain King, or had they perished? He was quite certain that Oro had survived. But what about the young temple slave? However, Sonny quickly dismissed that idea. It would take him months or maybe even years to dig through the snow and find the traces of the caravan if any traces remained. Even then, there was no guarantee that he would be able to tell anything about the past from them. So with a sigh, Sonny looked up at the peak of the Black Mountain. The only place he could visit was the mysterious temple that had stood there, surrounded by bones. But before that, he could feel enemies rushing at him from all sides. A moment later, the snow exploded, and hideous figures lunged at him with frenzy burning in their milky white eyes. The slaughter was swift and ruthless. Sonny did not even summon a weapon, using the spiked gauntlets of the onyx mantle to crush the abominations. He danced between them like an omen of death, coldly and methodically destroying one after another, until none remained. The snow was painted red by blood, and a fine crimson haze hung in the air. Sonny studied the broken corpses, which littered the ground like a carpet. The creatures were hideous and appalling, resembling something that a mad artist would paint after waking up from a feverish nightmare. Most of them were fallen beasts and monsters, and although he was sure that he had never fought such creatures before, they reminded him of something. Mostly because he had subjugated a legion of Mountain King's larvae in Antarctica not too long ago. Although these abominations were different and much more powerful, they resembled the larvae a lot. Sonny smiled faintly. Will I be reunited with the Mountain King? If that thing wasn't dead, it would have grown much more powerful by now. But no, the chances were slim. The forces of valor had eradicated the most dangerous nightmare creatures in this area of the dream realm during their march north, and they would not have tolerated a powerful tyrant remaining in their rear. Even if the Mountain King had survived the thousands of years without leaving the Black Mountain, he would have been dealt with by someone like Whispering Blade, or maybe even Anvil himself. With a sigh, Sonny took another step through the shadows and appeared directly on the peak of the Black Mountain. He stood there motionlessly for a while, looking ahead with an expression of awe on his pale face. The nameless temple was still there, under the moonlit sky. At the highest point of the mountain, a vast expanse of flat rock was covered with snow. In the center of it, illuminated by moonlight, stood a magnificent temple. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like a palace of a dark god. At least it did once. Now the temple was in ruins. Fractures and cracks marred the black stones, parts of the roof had collapsed, letting in ice and snow. Its tall gates were broken as if smashed into pieces by the hand of a giant. The Black Temple did not change at all. It was as if thousands of years had no effect on it whatsoever. The only thing that changed was that now there were even more bones surrounding it. There were thousands of bones scattered around, carpeting the ground. Some belonged to nightmare creatures, while some seemed to be quite human. Come to think of it, why are there so many bones here? Was this where the Mountain King had devoured its victims? Somehow, Sonny doubted it. The tyrant had consumed the slaves right where he had killed them after all. No, before that. What was this temple exactly? Back then, Sonny remembered Scholar mentioning that pilgrims used to climb the mountain in the ancient times. Who were these pilgrims and what had they worshipped? He had assumed that this was one of the shadow gods' temples that the Empire had destroyed, but the timing did not make sense. The destruction of the shadow cult was a recent event during his first nightmare, however. The temple looked as if it had been ruined thousands of years ago even then. And when Sonny spilled his blood on the altar, the spell described it as an offering to all the gods. It was just that Shadow had been the only one to answer. Stranger still. The gods had still been alive at the time of the nightmare, and yet the spell spoke of them as dead. Sunny shivered. Had his offering reached the actual gods and not a substitute of them put in place by the spell? Was the spell even capable of creating illusory copies of the gods? Probably not. If so, what did it mean? And how had Shadow God granted him a blessing from beyond the grave? Well, that last part wasn't that surprising. The gods were the ones who had created things like time and death, after all. So, it wasn't strange to imagine that they had a special relationship with these laws. A god could very well respond to a question before it was asked, and bless a slave who had offered himself as a sacrifice despite being dead, especially if that altar stood in a very special place. The Black Temple. Sunny hesitated, unsure of what to think. Now that he had found the ruined temple again, he realized that he didn't actually know anything about it. He was certain of one thing, though. This place, it felt sacred. A sense of solemn, silent sanctity was emanating from the obsidian walls of the ancient temple. It looked majestic and beautiful in the moonlight, and although the ground around the ruin was littered with bones, it did not feel vile or ominous at all. With a sigh, Sunny headed toward the broken gates of the temple, and as he was approaching, felt it. He did not see it and he did not hear it. He did not even perceive it with his shadow sense, but somehow he knew. There was something in front of him, a vast, invisible, intangible being, one that was reaching out to him, emanating a subtle sense of purity, loneliness, and power. Suddenly, Sunny realized why there were bones scattered everywhere at the peak of the Black Mountain. However, the guardian of the temple did not seem to hold any malice toward him. Instead, there was a sense of joy and recognition. The invisible being was reaching out to something in Sunny's soul. The golden light, the flame of divinity. Sunny's eyes widened a little. I didn't even know. Back then, he had felt nothing when entering the temple, but the bones had been there, which meant that the guardian had been there as well. And yet, it let Sunny in instead of adding his corpse to the pile of bones, because it had sensed a faint mark of divinity on his soul. The Mountain King, too. Since the tyrant entered the temple, it must have been touched by divinity once as well. Sunny had not known how close to death he had come, and how lucky he was to survive. Would it let me pass now? Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked forward and stepped through the gates of the nameless temple. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1801. A new home. Sunny crossed the threshold and entered the great hall of the ancient temple. It was just as he remembered it. The vast hall was desolate and empty. Its roof had partially collapsed, letting in the elements. There were piles of rubble on the floor, covered with snow and ice. Cascades of moonlight were falling through the holes in the roof, suffusing the dark hall with a beautiful and otherworldly splendor. Deep shadows surrounded the silver light, not daring to touch it. Everything was silent. Sunny took a deep breath. He had almost expected to find the bones of the Mountain King on the floor, where it had been torn apart by Shadow, but there were none. The desolate hall was empty. Enveloping the temple with shadow sense to make sure that there was no danger, Sunny took a step forward. Ice shattered with a brittle sound under the onyx soles of his armored boots, and the ancient shadows stirred, reaching out to him in reverent glee. Surrounded by them, as if wearing a cloak of darkness, he walked toward the altar. It used to be a single slab of black marble, long and wide enough for a human to lay on it comfortably, or maybe not so comfortably if it had been a sacrificial altar. Was it? It didn't matter now anyway, because the altar was broken. The great slab of black stone had shattered and was laying on the floor in several pieces. That was the only thing in the temple that had changed. Sunny studied the broken altar for a while, his face slowly growing paler. There were too many mysteries surrounding this place. He concentrated, trying to remember everything he knew about the first nightmare, the dead gods and the secrets of the fallen pantheon. And then his eyes widened. Of all the knowledge Sonny had learned in his life, of all the pieces of information gathered in his memory, one suddenly stood out. A memory that Sonny had never considered very significant and had no reason to. It was the evaluation the spell had given him after the first nightmare. Not the important part that had to do with the appraisal, but rather the slightly poetic summary that had been there seemingly on a whim to add some flavor. Standing above the broken altar, Sonny whispered, "A nameless slave ascended the Black Mountain. Both heroes and monsters fell by his hand. Unbroken, he entered the ruined temple of a long-forgotten god and spilled his blood on the sacred altar. The gods were dead, and yet they listened. The temple of a long-forgotten god," he inhaled deeply. Back then, Sonny had been an ignorant kid from the outskirts. He knew very little about the world, let alone about its greatest secrets. He had not known who the forgotten god was, and so he had not paid attention to these words. The spell had never uttered them after that, and neither used nor translated the runes describing the lost deity. Of course. Sonny looked around the ruined temple. Why had his sacrifice been made to all the gods? Perhaps because this temple had been built in the time before the memories of the seventh god were struck from the world. It was consecrated to worship Dream God as well. And therefore, when Dream God became forgotten, the temple was forgotten as well, because worshiping the forgotten god was forbidden, just like worshiping the demons, his children, was. Still, Sonny was sure that there were some who had disregarded the will of the gods and put their faith in forgotten God despite it. Otherwise, Scholar would not have heard stories of pilgrims climbing the Black Mountain in ancient times. The temple of the forgotten god. Sonny looked around the great hall with a complicated expression. He was himself forgotten by the world, so it wasn't hard to feel a sense of kinship for this forlorn ruin. He sighed and threw one last glance at the altar. There were deep shadows nestling deep below him, so Sonny knew that the temple extended underground. He had never got the chance to explore it during the first nightmare, so it was nice to have an opportunity now. He was curious to see what he would find out. Still, he would leave this place and continue toward Godgrave soon. There was no time to waste. Before that, however, Sonny froze. It was because he had felt something familiar when looking at the broken altar. Wait, no way can it be. The shattered slab of black marble gave off a subtle but very familiar feeling. Sonny stared silently. It was a gateway. He had missed that fact at first, but now that he studied the broken altar closer, there was no doubt. It felt exactly like the one in the sanctuary of Noctis, the chained circle in the ivory tower and the runic one in the crimson spire. And if the altar had been made into a gateway, Sonny looked around once more. Then the nameless temple was now a citadel. Suddenly, he wanted to laugh. How fitting. He was a transcendent and a homeless one at that. Most saints, however, were usually in control of a citadel, ruling it at the behest of their sovereign. There were exceptions, of course, like Saint Tyrus, who had lost the sanctuary of Noctis and had been exiled to Antarctica with her entire clan. Fortunately, Whitefeather was doing much better now. Sonny himself served no sovereign, and he wasn't even sure if he could take possession of a citadel. Citadels were created by the spell, after all, so he didn't know if controlling one was something that only a carrier of the spell could do. It was worth trying, though. He hesitated for a while. Then he hesitated some more. Right, but how do I actually claim a citadel? If there was an instruction manual for being a saint, Sonny had never received one. After thinking for a while, he retracted the onyx mantle, bared his forearm, and commanded the onyx shell to reduce the resilience of his skin there. Then he cut his forearm with his fingernail. Nothing happened. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Sonny also commanded blood weave to release a few drops of blood. Why was it so difficult to bleed a little? Several crimson drops fell on the broken altar and rolled down the surface of one of the black shards. There was no reaction. Once again, nothing happened. Sonny scratched the back of his head. The small cut on his forearm was already healing, and before too long it was entirely gone. At that time, he also came up with another idea. It can't be that simple, can it? Feeling uncertain, Sonny took a deep breath and silently released the tether connecting him to the ivory tower. Then, he concentrated on his soul and started the process of placing a new one. He had a suspicion that it was very simple to claim a citadel. All that a carrier of the nightmare spell had to do was become a transcendent and use the gateway to return to the waking world. Then, they would become anchored to that gateway and therefore take possession of the citadel. Unless it was already claimed, of course, in which case a more powerful saint would take control. However, Sonny was not a carrier of the nightmare spell, so he had to go through the process manually. Instead of allowing the spell to bind him to the gateway, he had to create that bond himself. And so he was placing down a tether. Chapter 1802, Restoration. The concept called tether by masters and saints was a mysterious but simple thing. It was a sort of imprint one could leave on the world by using their essence. The spot marked by the imprint was where one's soul was anchored to the world. Masters could only imprint themselves on the waking world, but saints could imprint themselves on the dream realm as well. In addition to that, the tethers placed by saints were much more expansive and deeply rooted in the fabric of the realm than those placed by masters. In fact, Sonny was quite certain that they were entirely different things. It was just that both served the same purpose, so humans just used the same word for both. The reason why transcendent tethers were so much more robust than the ascended ones was because of the nature of saints. The soul of a saint was connected to the world, and so it interacted with the world much closer. For example, saints could absorb spirit essence from their surroundings. In rare cases, they could also pour their soul essence out into the world. There was no need to mention how vital the former was, but the latter was more or less useless. The soul essence would swiftly dissipate if it wasn't poured into a special vessel like a memory, for example. However, one time when pushing one's own essence onto the world was necessary was the process of creating a tether. If manipulated in a special way, the essence would leave an imprint on the area where it had been unleashed before dissipating. That imprint was the tether, and since it maintained a faint connection with the saint's soul, it was possible to pull on the connection to step between realms and return to the place where one's soul was imprinted. Only two tethers could exist at a time, one in each world. It was necessary to break the connection with the old one before creating a new one. Well, in Sonny's case, each of his incarnations could place two of their own. Regardless, that was what Sonny was doing now. He was pushing his essence into the world and controlling its flow to create an imprint. The process took some time and was quite arduous. However, he was not doing it blindly. Instead of allowing his essence to cover the area freely, he tried to concentrate all of it in an isolated spot, namely, the gateway of the ancient temple. Soon, his tether started to take form. And then, something unexpected happened. There seemed to be a strange reaction between the gateway and the forming tether. It was as if the two had been created to exist together all along. Not only did the strain on Sonny lessen significantly, as if the process had taken on a life of its own, but he also felt as if the imprint was becoming deeper and also different in some way. At the same time, Sonny felt something changing within his soul. It was as if a mystical bond was being established, connecting him to the ancient temple. He felt very strange. Diving into the soul sea, Sonny saw that the vast expanse of still water was still no more. Instead, it was surging, boiling almost, with great waves rolling on the dark surface. As if someone had thrown a huge boulder into the black water, sending ripples spreading across the silent expanse of his soul. "What?" As Sunny watched, astounded, the water at the very heart of the Soul Sea suddenly foamed. And then a familiar black edifice rose from beneath the waves. A perfect replica of the nameless temple how it had been before its roof collapsed, and its gates were broken slowly rose from the lightless depths of his soul, bathing in the dark radiance of his 6 soul cores. Soon enough, the surging waters calmed down and the Soul Sea grew still and silent once more. It was as if nothing had happened. Only. There was a great temple of black stone standing on the still water now. Sunny stared at it with wide eyes. I'll be damned. That was pretty cool. He regretted not being connected to the spell once more. Sunny could feel a deep connection to his newly claimed citadel, but did not know what he could do with that connection and what it was meant for. If he was still a carrier of the spell, there would be helpful runes to guide him to the necessary understanding, without a doubt. But then again, the spell did not even explain the enchantments of the memories it created to most awakened. Who knew how helpful it would have been in the case of a citadel? Sunny knew that he would have to explore and investigate this matter personally. Until then, however, what do I even do now? He had not been planning to come in possession of an unknown citadel. Ruling one was not in his plans right now. He was in the middle of traveling to Godgrave. After hesitating for a while, Sunny sighed. Well, whatever. I can spend a few days here. Having a secret lair to return to wouldn't hurt anyway. His original body was anchored in the nameless temple now, so he had no choice but to consider it in his future plans. There was one silver lining to the unexpected situation, though. At least, Sunny wasn't homeless anymore. Several days later, Sunny was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The sun was traveling across the clear blue sky, and the snow covering the mountain peak was shining with its light. There was a stunned expression on his face. The other 5 incarnations were resting on the lower steps, panting heavily. One was tiredly rubbing his shoulders. Another was leaning on a broom made by manifesting shadows. A third one was sprawled on the black stone, lazily staring at the sky. There was one who was pouring dirty water out of a bucket, and another one who was looking at them with disdain. They had been busy cleaning up the temple for the last few days. The cleanup was mostly finished, but the reconstruction had not even begun. Sunny knew that he would need special stone to rebuild the broken roof. He could scavenge some from the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. Durable wood for the beams. Would he have to visit the burned forest again to harvest some? Luckily, he was good at all things having to do with craftsmanship, not only because of experience and practice, but also because of bone weave. His fingers were dexterous and responsive, like those of a master artisan. Any tool he needed, meanwhile, could be manifested from the shadows. However, the scope of the work that had to be done to restore the nameless temple to a decent state was not the reason why Sunny was spacing out right now. Instead, the reason was the discovery made by his original body. While the avatars had been busy with cleaning, he had explored his new citadel. Of course, he had discovered the mystical circle in the Undertemple almost immediately. However, it took him a while to figure out what that component did. The instinctual understanding of its purpose was hidden in the connection Sunny shared with the citadel. So, it can move. He raised his gaze and studied the desolate mountain peak. Sunny assumed that the nameless temple had been built here, and wondered what madness forced the builders to carry the great weight of black marble to the top of a towering mountain. But now, he knew that the ancient temple had been built elsewhere and had stood elsewhere before appearing on this mountain peak one day. He also knew that it could move again, now that it had an owner once more. Slowly, a bold idea formed in his mind. Sunny lingered for a while, then looked at his avatars and studied each one for a few moments. Eventually, his gaze landed on the gloomy incarnation. He smiled. Let's do it this way, then. Some time later, a sudden commotion disturbed the deadly piece of Godgrave. A dark figure in an onyx armor reached the edge of the dead god's breastbone, covered in ash and blood. Behind him was a trail of severed flesh and broken bodies. The man's face was hidden behind a ferocious mask carved from black wood. Standing on the precipice of an abyssal drop, he gazed down silently, paying no heed to a wave of abominations rushing at him from behind. Then, a great temple built of black marble was suddenly standing on the bone plain. As the man wearing the demonic mask turned, 3 warriors clad in the same onyx armor walked out of the darkness under the eaves of the black temple. A graceful stone knight followed, wielding a black blade and a round shield. Then a silvery fiend forged in the flames of hell, a tenebrous steed shrouded in the mantle of nightmares, and an enormous serpent with onyx scales. The dark dwellers of the Black Temple faced the tide of abominations calmly, and a few moments later, more blood flowed on the white surface of the ancient bone. A great darkness spread, hiding the battlefield from the cloudy sky. At the same time, far away, a young mundane girl was being taught how to slay nightmare creatures by an eccentric shadow. And further still, a trade caravan was approaching Bastion. Dozens of heavily loaded wagons were rolling down the road, pushed by monstrous echoes. A sizable force of Awakened was flanking the caravan, protecting it from the dangers of the dream realm. Their expressions were clear now that the Lake City was in view. A handsome young man with porcelain skin and onyx eyes was sitting on the bed of one of the wagons, leaning his back against a wooden crate and looking ahead with a beautiful smile on his lips. He didn't seem that strong and wore an elegant black mantle instead of durable armor. Far away, the awesome silhouette of a great castle was slowly revealing itself from the shimmering waters of a clear lake. The young man looked at it for a while, then glanced down at his shadow. "It seems that we've arrived." The shadow stared back at him, then shrugged indifferently. He smiled. "Yes, I think so too." Saying that, the young man looked up at the silhouette of a white tower floating in the air above the castle. His face turned wistful for a moment, and then he looked away with a quiet sigh. "Ah, it's so pretty." Damnation. Chapter 1803. After the fighting is over back in the courtyard of the nameless temple, Cassie let out a heavy sigh and looked away, hiding her eyes. Sonny remained silent, waiting for her to come to her senses. He hesitated for a few moments, then moved his chair back. The tea had grown cold. The refreshments did not look appetizing anymore. The leaves of the lonesome tree rustled peacefully in the darkness. After a while, Cassie's shoulders trembled. "It has already begun." Her voice was distant. Sonny lingered for a few moments. This time, the memory he had shown her was not nearly as long as the previous one. The awesome desolation of the burned forest and the mysterious nature of the nameless temple were memorable and distinct. However, as expected, what had affected Cassie the most was the sight of Low 49. Of course, she would not know anything about that lunar observatory in particular, but it was unmistakably a modern building. There was no place for it in the dream realm. Knowing that, she would have instantly understood the meaning. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "You didn't know?" She shook her head slowly. He studied her delicate face, then let out a soft sigh. Finally, there was something he knew that Cassie didn't. However, that did not bring him any joy. After remaining silent for a while, he said neutrally, "It was an old lunar observatory. Low 49. It used to stand on the southern edge of the Antarctic center, well, designated south, at least. Obviously, every direction there is technically north of the pole." Sonny paused for a moment, and then added, "The staff and soldiers who were garrisoned there were wiped out during the early stages of the chain of nightmares, and nobody has seen Low 49 since. I am the last human to have visited Antarctica, I think, but I never went that far south, so I don't know when the observatory was swallowed by the dream realm." He smiled darkly. "It would be a bit funny if it wasn't so terrifying. While wandering the Sword Domain, I often felt that it was safer than some parts of our own world. Now the difference between the two realms is even more vague. Soon enough there will be none." Cassie did not respond, sitting motionlessly in the darkness. Eventually, she said in a quiet tone, "I'm sorry, I need to process the news." Sonny leaned back and allowed her to think in silence. After a while, he said evenly, "Does it change anything, though?" The war was still coming. Finally, Cassie faced him again. "Of course, it changes everything. I'll have to rethink a lot of things. The human enclaves in the dream realm are hardly self-sufficient after all. It is difficult enough to provide food and shelter for 300 million people. To accommodate billions, even if it happens gradually over the span of a decade, a lot of development plans will have to be accelerated. Most communication still happens through the waking world. Data is stored digitally. The scope of it all is too much." She let out a shaky breath. "That is not even mentioning the fact that all the rules we know will become obsolete after our world is devoured by the dream realm. There will be no more nightmare gates, for example. No more division between the physical body and the spirit body, and so on. The spell will have to change accordingly. It might very well plunge us into a new horror, one that would make everything prior seem like a gentle prologue." Cassie was thinking as the right hand of a person who was supposed to take the throne of humanity. There was a heavy responsibility that came with the throne, of course. But to Sonny, her train of thought seemed a little funny. Because they had not even come close to vanquishing the sovereigns yet, he smiled. "You seem to have a lot of plans for what happens after the fighting is over." Cassie faced him with a hint of surprise on her exquisite face. "I do, don't you?" Sonny chuckled. "Of course, more fighting. Their woes would not be over with the fall of Anvil and Kai's song. If anything, the true battle would only start after the war was over." She remained silent for a while, then nodded somberly. "You are right." A few moments later, the young woman added quietly, "But regardless of it all, I am glad that you found a reason to come back." Then Cassie faced him with a brittle smile. "It might feel like the world has rejected you, but Sonny, it needs you as well." Saying these words, she turned away. "As do I and Nephi's most of all." Sonny stared at her silently, a complicated mess of emotions rising in his heart. He wanted to say something, but didn't quite know what to say. In the end, he simply shrugged. "That is all right, because I need the world too, and Nephi's, and you as well, Cassie," she smiled. "I'll remember." With that, she stood up and sighed. "Our time is up. If I linger any longer, some people in Bastion might grow suspicious of the purpose of my visit." Sonny nodded lightly and rose from his chair. He had brought Cassie here from NQSC, so he had to bring her back as well. Soon, the two of them appeared in a deserted alley in the depths of the outskirts. Cassie could use her own tether to return to Bastion immediately, but hesitated for a while. Eventually, she said with uncertainty, I won't say anything about what is happening between Nephi's and you and Bastion." Sonny suppressed an embarrassed cough, feeling grateful for her decision to refrain from discussing that matter. The situation was strange and complicated enough already. Cassie took a deep breath. "I want you to know something, though." He raised an eyebrow. "What?" She lowered her head. "About how it feels on the other side. You see, I can't quite imagine how you feel being forgotten by everyone, but I do know how it feels to have forgotten. It is a strange thing. When we first met, I didn't know who you were. By all accounts, you were a stranger, and yet there was this strange sense of familiarity, as if we've known each other all our lives." Cassie took a deep breath. "There were other feelings as well, subtle and faint but undeniable. I won't describe them. But I am sure that Nephi's is being swayed by these unconscious thoughts as well. Even if she can't retain the memories of you, the emotions those memories stir remain. So she wasn't just captivated by Master Sunless because he is charming, handsome, and pleasant to be around." Cassie faced Sonny once again. "You might think that her feelings are not quite real because her knowledge of you is not quite true, and maybe you are right, but I still want you to respect them." She remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "That is all I wanted to say. You can decide what to do yourself." Before Sonny could say anything, she was gone. He stared at the empty space where Cassie had stood expressionlessly. After a while, he sighed. "Did I just get the 'if you hurt her, I'll kill you' talk?" The tone wasn't quite the same, but somehow it did feel like that. Chuckling, Sonny turned around and pulled on his tether. "If I hurt Nephi's, she'll kill me herself." "Well, at least she'll try. I am a bit hard to kill these days." Chapter 18:04 Unexpected Invitation. Today was a strangely slow day for the brilliant Emporium. Actually, it wasn't that strange. Sonny had been complaining about how swamped he was in the kitchen when the business was good, but now that it was dull, he missed the money he could have made dearly. The lack of clients was not strange, but the mood in Bastion was, which in turn was the reason why so few people were visiting. It was an odd mixture of agitation and somber anticipation. People were incensed and indignant about the attempt on Neff's life, which was attributed to Clan Song more and more. But at the same time, some of them were disturbed by the swiftly changing tone of public opinion. After all, people weren't fools. Many could recognize the malignant roots of the spreading rumors. They might not know who was behind the propaganda, but they could at least sense that they were being lied to. Others had enough foresight to see where the volatile situation was headed, even if they did not know why. All in all, there were as many dissenting voices as those wishing to hold the Queen of Worms responsible. It was all happening a little too quickly. Sonny was still reeling from the recent conversation with Cassie. Now that he knew how fast the war was approaching, his own mood had turned strange as well. Luckily, he did not have a lot of time to worry about such things. He was terribly busy despite the lack of customers. Most of his time was dedicated to designing the weave of the soul sword, but he was also preoccupied with something else, because his date with Nephi's was approaching much faster than the war. Damn it! What to do? What to do? The pressure of designing a perfect date was more daunting than his attempts to weave a soul-bound weapon. He had acted confidently when asking her out, but now that he actually had to come up with something, Sonny felt like his mind was paralyzed. Why did I prepare a picnic for a fake date? I should have saved that idea for the real one. There were not a lot of romantic places in Bastion. Even worse, Sonny was not that knowledgeable about romance. And worse still, Nephi's was not exactly a typical young lady who knew what her idea of a romantic encounter was. In short, Sonny was stumped. And Aiko wasn't helping. "What's the problem, boss? Just take her to an inn." "I mean, you are both adults. There are inns that charge by the hour, you know." He glared at her silently. You are the problem. Do you want to get me killed?" Aiko laughed. All right, I'm joking. Honestly, though, I say you are overthinking it. Anything and anywhere will be fine. After all, the only necessary ingredients are you and her. Since both of you will be present, that's most of the work done." Glanced at him and asked, "Just be yourself. Draw from your experience. What's the most romantic memory you have?" Sonny scratched the tip of his nose. "Oh, well, I spent a month being stuck on the corpse of a giant nightmare creature with a girl once." Aiko stared at him silently for a few moments. "On second thought, don't be yourself. Forget everything about your experience. Just take her on a boat ride or something." Sonny's eyes brightened. "A boat ride? Huh, that's actually not a bad idea." He would have said more, but at that moment his expression changed subtly. Sonny looked at the door. He could sense a group of people approaching the brilliant Emporium, and they did not feel like his usual customers at all. Heavy armor, sharp weapons, disciplined movements, clear intent. Soldiers. Why would a cohort of awakened warriors of Clan Valor be approaching his humble shop? For a moment, Sonny thought about how he would kill them. Dealing with these awakened would only take him a few moments. Then he could dismiss the mimic, grab Aiko, and step through the shadows to outside the city. After that, Valor would not be able to catch him unless Anvil took action personally. If his cover was blown, that was the only way. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. First of all, even if his cover was somehow blown, they would most likely only learn that he was the Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows was an ally of Clan Valor, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Secondly, in the much worse scenario where the elders of Clan Valor had learned that he was plotting to murder the king with Nephi's, there would not have been a mere cohort of awakened approaching his shop. So, why the hell are they here then? Sonny was very confused. What's the matter, boss? Aiko looked at him apprehensively. He hesitated for a moment. I have no idea, really. At that moment the soldiers reached the brilliant emporium. Then there was a loud knock on the door. Don't eat them. Giving Mimic a mental warning, Sonny sighed, put on a pleasant smile, and went to open the door. Welcome to the brilliant emporium. How may I help you? He was met with an unfriendly stare. 6 awakened warriors were standing a few steps back, while one was looking at him with disdain. The man was tall and sharp, clad in an enchanted armor with a vermilion cloak hanging from his broad shoulders. He was also an ascended Master Sunless. Hearing the deep voice, Sonny smiled a little wider. That's what they call me, yes. The knight nodded. Please come with me. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Why? The man glanced at him with badly hidden irritation and then said coldly, I was ordered to escort you to the castle. Please follow. What the hell? Sonny hesitated for a bit, wondering if it wasn't too late to kill them and escape. But he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Why, by all means. Exchanging a glance with Aiko, he shrugged helplessly and followed the knight out of the brilliant emporium. He tried to strike up a conversation a few times on the way to the castle, but his escorts seemed to be in a foul mood. They were definitely not fans of Sonny, that was for sure. With his sharp hearing, he could catch a few of them muttering under their breaths, Damned mongrel. No, really. What was going on? Was he going to get splashed in the face with water and be given a tidy sum of soul shards to never see Nephi's again? That was what usually happened in dramas. Sonny had thought of 1,000 possible reasons for this unexpected visit, each more ominous than the previous one. However, he failed to learn the truth until the very end. The escorts brought him across the lake, and then to the very heart of the castle. When Sonny was led to the main keep, where the direct line of Clan Valor resided, he was on the verge of collapsing from fright. Half an hour later, he somehow found himself in a grand hall, facing none other than Morgan, the Princess of War. Morgan was leaning on a stone throne, holding a sharp sword in her hand. Her gaze was piercing. Suddenly, Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. She doesn't know, does she? The last time they met was during the assassination attempt. Of course, back then, Sonny was wearing the persona of the Lord of Shadows. Morgan's cold gaze traveled across his figure, making him shiver. Then her scarlet lips parted. Oh, Morgan's voice sounded calm. I understand now. Sonny struggled to keep a deep scowl off his face. What does she understand? Smiling faintly, Morgan descended from the dais and approached him. The sharp blade of her sword glistened in the rays of sunlight. Master Sunless, I presume. Sonny nodded and forced himself to speak. Princess Morgan, it's an honor. She stared at him with a strange expression, then cleared her throat. Indeed, please kneel. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Pardon? Her gaze turned a little dark. I told you to kneel. He hesitated for a few moments, glanced at his escorts, and then elegantly lowered himself to one knee. Morgan has grown immensely strong after transcending. Still, if she attacks, I should be able to dodge. She raised her sword slowly, and at the same time he prepared to call upon the shadows. However, to his shock, the sword did not fall down to cut his neck. Instead, Morgan touched the blade to his left shoulder lightly, then repeated the same process with his right shoulder, and the crown of his head. Sonny was dumbstruck. What is going on? Having finished the strange action, Morgan dismissed her sword and smiled in satisfaction. Master Sunless, I hereby proclaim you a knight of valor. Rise, Sir Sunless. May your edge never dull. Sonny's eyes widened. Pardon. Chapter 1805. Sir Mongrel. Sonny was so stunned that he did not know what to say. All he could think was, what the hell? No, really him. A knight of valor. His mind short-circuited for a moment. Of all the things Sonny had expected when a cohort of unfriendly soldiers invited him to the castle, that one never crossed his mind. Still standing on one knee, he raised his head and looked at Morgan with a dumbfounded expression. She studied his face for a few moments, then clicked her tongue and turned away. "That will be all, you can go now." Remembering that he had been allowed to rise, Sonny slowly stood up. "Princess Morgan, please excuse my impudence, but if I may ask—" Before he could ask anything, though, the guards unceremoniously grabbed him and escorted him out of the hall. A moment later, the door was slammed shut, hiding her bewitching figure from sight. Just like that, his very short and very baffling audience with Morgan of Valor ended. Sonny was left standing in the corridor, not sure what to do. He blinked a couple of times. Are they forcefully conscripting independent masters? That was the only thing he could think of. But then, it didn't make any sense. If Clan Valor really wanted to conscript him into the army on the eve of war, they would have gone about it in a different manner. Forcing a master with no loyalty to fight for them could do more harm than good. Slowly, Sonny realized that a person who he had assumed was just passing by was actually standing still and staring at him. Composing himself a little, he looked up. There was a dignified middle-aged man in a well-tailored livery standing in front of him. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his expression was perfectly stoic. Noticing that Sonny was paying attention, the man nodded. "Sir Sunless, I am Sebastian, the steward of the great Clan Valor. Allow me to congratulate you on your knighthood." Sonny took a deep breath. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" he exhaled slowly. There was actually a steward named Sebastian in Bastion. That was just a little bit too much, wasn't it? Worst of all, Sonny couldn't even sense the man's rank. He could have been a mundane person or a saint. Sonny forced out a polite smile and said, "Nice to meet you. Ah, please forgive my lack of manners. I have to admit I am extremely vexed right now. Can you explain what is going on?" The middle-aged steward nodded. "Certainly, sir. You've just been granted the title of a Knight of Valor. Oh, additionally, you have also been appointed as the Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. What an honor." Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. "Ardent Wardens? Who are these Ardent Wardens?" The steward gave him a dignified smile. Ardent Wardens are a grassroots volunteer organization that holds various activities to enrich the daily lives of the elderly citizens of Bastion. Food drives, cultural events, interest clubs, and the like. Self-governed. Sonny stared at him silently, struggling to maintain a calm expression. So, if these Ardent Wardens are self-governed, then why do they need a knight commander? No, wait. Why does a volunteer organization dealing with bored elderly people need one? The middle-aged man nodded seriously. Exactly. There was not a hint of sarcasm in his esteemed voice, but somehow Sonny got the impression that he was being mocked. He was very confused. "So what are my responsibilities as a knight commander exactly?" The steward lingered for a moment, then said in a solemn tone, "There are none, Sir Sunless." "Well, I should rather say that there is only one. It is to uphold the dignity of the great Clan Valor. Don't do anything that would besmirch the prestige of the royal family, and you should be good." He paused and then added neutrally, "Of course, you will receive a monthly stipend as well as other benefits befitting a man of your station." Sonny stared at him some more. "Crazy? I'm going crazy. So, let me get this straight. I was made a knight, but I don't have to perform the duties of a knight. There is nothing I am responsible for, but I am going to be paid for doing nothing." Sebastian smiled. "Your wisdom is unmatched, Sir Sunless. You put it all so eloquently." With that, he walked away at a brisk pace and beckoned for Sonny to follow. "Now please come with me." Sonny suppressed a frustrated groan and hurried after the steward. Coming. But where are we going?" The middle-aged man answered in a refined manner. "As a knight commander, you are to receive a list of items. 2 sets of full dress attire, 2 finely dyed tabards, a parade cloak with an embroidered crest, an unadorned winter cloak, an embroidered battle banner, a painted household banner, a leather waist belt with an engraved silver buckle. Sonny silently covered his face with a palm. Some time later, he was standing alone in one of the courtyards of the castle, holding a sizable pack. His expression was absent. The steward had basically chased him away from the keep after assembling the list of items that a knight was eligible to receive. The man had refused to answer Sonny's tentative question until the very end, finding inventive ways to tactfully dodge them every time. It was just that. How could Sonny put it? Steward Sebastian did not seem to have kept the truth from him on purpose. Rather, it looked like the dignified man was too embarrassed to answer directly, as if saying it aloud would be a disgrace. Sonny stared into the distance silently. I guess I am a knight of valor now. Weirder things had happened. Granted, just a few. In any case, at least the whole thing was such a formality that he had not even been forced to give an oath of allegiance. Neither had he been issued any memories with the war approaching. Clan valor did not seem keen to waste resources on a fake knight. That was a good thing for Sonny, because he did not want to receive a sword forged by anvil. Nor was he capable of receiving one. There was no spell to facilitate the transfer of memories between him and its carriers after all. He would also be receiving a monthly stipend of soul shards. Sonny sighed. Wow, nepotism is truly the best. By now, he had figured out that his sudden knighthood had something to do with his connection to Nephi's. It was just that the initiative must have come from some other entity in the great clan, which was why the signals had crossed. So there was nothing left to do except return home. Sonny was ready to take a step forward, but then froze for a moment. He was currently in a courtyard, a different one from where he had dueled young Master Tristan, but the mood was quite similar. There were more than a few unfriendly gazes aimed his way. Looking around, he saw various knights and squires, all staring at him with cold expressions. Sonny gulped. They had already hated him before for having the audacity to accompany their princess. Now that Morgan had knighted him for no good reason, it did not look good. Even Sonny was starting to hate himself a little. Who wouldn't hate a handsome freeloader? Gods, I won't have to fight another duel, will I? As a matter of fact, he had the feeling that this time there would be no duel. Instead, there would be a thorough beating, or an attempt of one at least. Sonny looked around once more, noticing that several knights were already approaching him slowly with dark faces. Right. I just need to defuse the situation. Be polite and keep calm. Be polite, one of the knights snarled through gritted teeth. I didn't believe it. Hey, you, Mongrel, have you know? Sonny's eye twitched and he opened his mouth to retort. Before he could, however, there was a rustle of wings, and suddenly a breathtaking figure was standing between him and the incensed knights. Shielding him with her radiant wings, Nephi's frowned and looked at them scornfully. What is going on here? Chapter 1806. Shadow in distress, seeing that a literal saint had fallen from the sky. The approaching knights froze and looked away in embarrassment, or rather, they tried. However, they were too mesmerized by Neph's appearance. With her beautiful white wings, tousled silver hair, and flawless figure, she looked nothing short of stunning. It was as if a celestial deity had suddenly descended into the mortal world, illuminating it with her pure light. Additionally, she wasn't wearing her usual elegant attire or polished armor. Instead, she was dressed in simple clothes made out of soft white fabric, which seemed almost like loungewear and contoured the graceful lines of her body well. Too well, maybe. Suddenly, Sonny felt an overwhelming impulse to walk in front of Nephi's and shield her from their gazes instead. What are you staring at, bastards? To be fair, there was nothing lascivious in their gazes. Instead, the knights were strangely stuck between embarrassment, admiration, and a bit of remnant contempt directed at Sonny. It was a funny sight. What is going on here? Neph's voice was cold and her expression was stern. White sparks danced in her piercing gray eyes. The knights shivered, instantly losing their rancor. "And nothing, Lady Nephi's." We apologize for our rudeness. Please don't mind us, she scowled. If there is nothing going on, then I suggest you be on your way. Her voice was even, but the seasoned knights suddenly turned pale. A moment later they were gone. It was quite amazing, actually. The skills of these warriors were truly formidable. If Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that they were blown away by the wind. What a splendid movement technique! Knights of Valor were known for their indomitability in battle, but it seemed that they knew a thing or two about how to retreat as well. While he was considering admiring their swift withdrawal, Nephi's huffed quietly and turned to him. Her scornful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a subtle look of concern. She lingered for a moment. I am sorry. Are you all right? Sunny couldn't help but gaze at her deeply, taking in every little detail of her. Eventually he remembered himself and answered in a slightly stifled tone, Ah, yes, I am fine. Then he tilted his head a little, glanced at the distant silhouette of the Ivory Island and looked back at Nephi's. I'm sorry, Lady Nephi's, but did you just jump down after noticing that I'm in trouble? He had not put two and two together immediately, but now that he took a better look at her, there were a few strange details. Her comfortable clothes, unkempt hair, and slight signs of agitation were far from the composed image Nephi's usually presented to the public. So it wasn't hard to surmise that this appearance had not been planned. Nephi's froze for a moment, glanced down at herself, then awkwardly swiped a lock of her hair back, putting it behind her ear. Sunny could have sworn that she blushed a little. Ah, well, I happened to be free when Cassie informed me that something was afoot, so here I am. She studied his face to make sure that everything was indeed all right, then looked at the pack in his hands in confusion. That said, what exactly happened? She only told me that you were taken to the main keep. Her expression hardened. Did someone harass you? Was it my sister? What did she say? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, not knowing how to answer. Eventually, he gave her a reassuring smile. Oh no, nothing like that. Nobody harassed me. I was indeed summoned by Princess Morgan, but for a different reason. I'm not sure how to say it. Neff's frown only deepened. A different reason, you say? What reason might that be? Sunny coughed. Well, it's like this. She made me a Knight of Valor. He did not know what Nephi's had expected to hear, but it definitely wasn't this. For a moment she seemed startled. What? He smiled helplessly. It's how I said. I was given the title of a knight and the post of the Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. Oh, the Ardent Wardens are a group of volunteers who do community service, mainly taking care of the elderly. Yeah. I was told that my only responsibility is to maintain the prestige of the royal family, whatever that means. Nephi stared at him for a while, then sighed and covered her face with a hand. After a few moments of silence, she said in a flat tone, I am sorry. It's my fault. They were probably unhappy with me dating a man of no background. I expected opposition, but who would have thought that Morgan would be so accommodating? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh, so it's because of my lowly background. I see. She lowered her hand and looked at him with a startled expression. No, I didn't mean it like that, Sunny smiled. I know, you're not a conceited person. If anything, to be honest, between the two of us, I am probably more of a bigot. I actually have quite a prejudice against the legacy clans. Although it might be a bit bold of me to admit something like that while attempting to court a princess of a great clan. Oh well, what can I do? That just goes to show how the lack of pedigree results in a lack of common sense and decorum. Hearing his light-hearted tone, Nephi's relaxed a little. She lingered a little, then met his smile with a tentative one of her own. Then, I am grateful that you are willing to put your prejudice aside and give this princess a chance. You are an admirably broad-minded person, Master Sunless. He laughed. No one has ever accused me of being broad-minded before. It's just that I would have to be mad to let my pettiness stand in the way of seeing you, Lady Nephi's. Then he suddenly froze. Right. Weren't they supposed to go on a date in a few days? Meeting her today, therefore, was a bit awkward. What was he supposed to do? Pretend that they had not made plans or try to woo her right now? Noticing his puzzlement, Nephi's asked, "What's wrong?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments. "No, it's nothing. It's just that, to be honest, I've been thinking about our date a lot. Constantly, even. I've been looking forward to it so much that meeting you all of a sudden is a bit of a shock. Well, I know that you are terribly busy, Lady Nephi's, so I'll see you in a few days." She looked at him silently for a while. Then she smiled subtly. "Actually, I'm not that busy. How about we just make it today?" Chapter 1807, Dream Come True. They parted soon after. For a little bit, Sonny might not have known a lot about women, but he knew enough not to try taking Nephi's on a date immediately. Women had their mysterious rites and rituals. After all, if he invited her anywhere without giving her a chance to clean up and change out of her loungewear into something more flattering, he would have earned the scorn of the entire womankind. Granted, those light clothes of hers were flattering enough already. Although not exactly sparse, they did a splendid job of accentuating every pure thoughts. In any case, the brief parting worked in his favor as well. While Nephi's returned to the Ivory Island to get ready, Sonny scrambled to arrange a few things. About an hour later, he was waiting by the riverside dock, holding the familiar picnic basket in one hand. It was a blessing that there were two bodies at his disposal here in Bastion. Otherwise, he would have never managed to prepare in time. Not only did he have to make arrangements, but he also had to quickly assemble a delightful meal for a romantic getaway. One body had been running around and outside the city, while the other had been busy in the kitchen. Luckily, he managed to finish everything in the nick of time. Suppressing a hint of nervousness, Sonny couldn't help but look up at the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower hovering among the clouds. He almost expected to see a beautiful figure descending from the sky in a mantle of sunlight, but due to the location of where they had arranged to meet, Nephi's decided to be less conspicuous. If Changing Star had indeed landed on a lively street in all her radiant glory, the commotion caused by her arrival would not have been small. Therefore, she simply walked up to him like a normal person, appearing from an alley. Of course, there was still a big reaction. A saint was not someone who could be ignored. And Nephi's was not just any saint. Wearing a simple white summer dress and no jewelry, she was still stunning. The passerby couldn't help but react to her beauty, and a lot of heads had been involuntarily turned. Sonny felt his heart skip, knowing that today that beauty was just for him. As she approached with a light smile, he heard a quiet and melodious ringing. He had not told her a lot about the destination of their date, but he did tell her that it would have something to do with water, so Nephi summoned the familiar pair of silver anklets, which were a memory she had used on the great river to help her move in the water. Sonny couldn't help but smile when looking at her. Nephi's walked over, stopped near him, and asked in a light tone, "So, Master Sunless, where are you taking me?" He hesitated for a moment. Out there in the waking world it was winter, and bitter cold haunted the snowy streets. But here in Bastion it was still summer. The entire city was bathed in smoldering heat. People were seeking shelter from the incandescent sun in the shade and longing for cool drinks. Of course, as saints, both Sonny and Nephi's could ignore the sultry weather, but that did not mean that they would not enjoy the refreshing feeling of cooling down their bodies. He smiled. "To a beach." Nephi's tilted her head a little. "A beach." Sonny nodded. "It might sound a little silly, but actually I've always dreamed of going to the beach. It's just that there were none where I grew up. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if there are any left in the waking world." He paused for a moment and then added with a smile, "But I've learned that there is actually one not far from Bastion. So, would you mind making a dream of mine come true, Lady Nephi's?" She looked at him with a hint of mirth. "How would I dare refuse? I remember you telling me that you'd given up on having dreams. Fortunately, you seem to have found one, so I'd be delighted to help you fulfill it." The corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward, and she added with a hint of teasing in her tone, "However, are you sure that you don't just want to see me in a bathing suit, Master Sunless?" He looked at her seriously. "I promise that I don't just want to see you in a bathing suit." His tone was earnest, but there was a subtle accent on the word just. She laughed. "If you say so. Then how do we get to this beach?" Sunny offered her his arm. "Follow me." Once she wrapped her arm around his, he guided her to the dock. There were several rivers feeding the Mirror Lake and one it gave birth to. That river was much more modest than the great river of tears that flowed through the entire Song domain, but it was still deep and full. Its destination was also the same. It flowed south, toward the Storm Sea. Bastion was much further south and closer to the Storm Sea than Ravenheart, so the river wasn't very long. It could be quite dangerous for the same reason powerful sea monsters sometimes entered the estuary and swam far upstream, attracted by the smell of human souls. They never reached the Mirror Lake, though, because the citadel of Clan Dagonet stood between Bastion and the sea. The powerful abominations from the depths always died trying to breach the river fortress. Nevertheless, the length of the river between Bastion and the stronghold was not entirely safe, but Sunny judged that nothing in this tamed region of the Dream Realm could seriously threaten him and Nephi's. Very few things out there could. What he cared about was that there was a wild beach not too far down the river. It was beautiful, peaceful, and remote, a perfect place for a date on a hot summer day. That was where he wanted to take Neph. There were several wooden longships tied to the pier, their bows carved to resemble dragons and serpents. These dracars belonged to Clan Dagonet and were used to patrol the river and guard the trade ships coming from the Storm Sea. There were also several barges meant to deliver supplies to the river fortress and the town that had grown around it. Most importantly, there were plenty of small river boats. "Thanks, Aiko." Sunny guided Nephi's to one of the boats, which he had rented from the owner in advance. It was just large enough to fit 2 people and a bit of cargo, with a single pair of oars at the stern. She looked at it curiously. "Are we sailing down the river?" Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Well, more like rowing down the river. Oh, I'll be the one handling the oars, of course. Why, you don't like it? Should I kill Aiko a little?" Nephi's looked at the boat, then at the river, and finally back at him. Eventually she smiled. "No, I love it." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "Aiko can live. Should I give her a raise?" Chapter 1808. Down the river, Sunny held Neff's hand to help her step into the boat, then untied it, pushed it away from the berth, and jumped inside nimbly. His movements were so light that the boat did not rock at all. Nephi sat down on the bench at the front, while he took his place on the bench at the stern. They were facing each other, with only the picnic basket between them. He took the oars and moved them gently, guiding the boat to the middle of the river. It floated smoothly, cutting the water with a pleasant sound. The lively streets of Bastion crawled past them, with plenty of interesting scenes to be seen. The further from the shore they moved, the quieter it became, until the bustle of the city had turned into a quiet hum. Sunny was not looking around, though. He was looking at Nephi's, and in turn she was looking at him. Both were smiling. Nephi's leaned to the side and lowered a hand into the water. Watching her fingers cut its surface, she sighed deeply and then closed her eyes for a moment. Her features relaxed. How peaceful, hearing her say that made him happy. Sunny extended his shadow sense in all directions, so he knew that there were no nightmare creatures hiding under the water. He did not spoil the mood by telling her to be careful. Instead, he used the few moments she had her eyes closed to stare at her with an unabashed craving. Then he averted his eyes and concentrated on rowing. After a while, Nephi's looked at him with a subtle smile. The city was behind them. By then there were no other boats on the river and no ships in sight. The only sounds breaking the silence were the rustle of water and the soft splashes produced by the oars. She leaned back a little and asked in a leisurely tone, "Won't you grow tired from rowing?" Sonny chuckled. It was obviously a question asked for the sake of being polite. He was supposed to be a master. After all, guiding a small boat downriver would not tire him. He could have used a measure of strength suitable for an ascended and sent the boat flying at great speed to strain himself. But then the oars would probably explode into splinters. That wouldn't be nice at all. "Oh, I might not look it, but actually I'm quite strong." He let go of one of the oars for a moment and showed her his hand. "These hands of mine can crush mountains." Nephi's laughed. "I'm sure. Still, I feel guilty watching you do all the work." Sonny remained silent for a moment. Then his smile turned a little daring. "Why don't you come here and help me then?" She looked at him, then rose with a smile and moved to the rear bench. Sonny shifted to the side to give her some room. A few moments later, they were sitting side by side, each holding one oar. The bench wasn't quite wide enough to fit two people, so their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. The cool breeze was caressing them gently, and the sun reflected beautifully from the surface of the water. The river was peaceful and quiet. Sonny could feel the heat of her body through his clothes, and she could undoubtedly feel his. He inhaled deeply. Rowing a boat in this manner was a little tricky. The oars had to move both simultaneously and with equal amounts of force, otherwise the small vessel would either turn to the shore or start spinning in place. But Sonny and Nephi's easily fell into a comfortable rhythm. They were perfectly in sync. The oars rose and fell in tandem with each other, and the boat remained perfectly straight. It was rocking a little, though, and due to the fact that they were so close, each holding an oar with one hand maintaining balance was a little tedious. Sonny moved his free arm and wrapped it around Neff's waist, firmly holding her in place. She glanced at him with a smile, then did the same. Just like that, they remained silent for a while, rowing in harmony while enjoying the breeze, the peaceful quiet of the river, and each other's warmth. The silence between them wasn't awkward or tense. Instead, it was comfortable and soothing, easing their tired minds. After a while, Nephi's looked at him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then shrugged slightly. "Just life, I guess. How it is sometimes full of sorrow and sometimes full of joy." She studied his face carefully, then turned to enjoy the view of the river. "Interesting. My life is quite different, I think. I am content at times, and at other times I am resentful, but I don't really feel joy or sorrow that much. Mostly I am just focused. Actually, I feel a little guilty if I am too happy or too sad. It makes me feel that I have allowed myself to become distracted." He looked at her curiously. That was how Nephi's was. She lived in service of her goal. Which didn't mean that she was miserable. It just meant that her mind was preoccupied with practical matters, and she mostly drew both satisfaction and discontent from the actions undertaken to realize her aspiration. That was a valid way to live a life. Still, Sonny felt that she was being too harsh on herself. He hesitated for a moment. "Really? Then, when was the last time you felt joy? And when was the last time you felt sorrow?" Nephi's looked at the river with a faint smile. She remained silent for a bit, then answered in an easy tone, "I don't quite remember." Sonny kept looking at her, not saying anything. Was it because it was not important to her, so she had forgotten? Or was it because her joys and sorrows had all been connected to him? He hugged her tighter. Sensing it, she turned to face him and smiled. "What about you?" Sonny blinked a couple of times and answered honestly, "Why, I am full of joy right now." Hearing Neff laugh, he smiled brightly. "As for sorrow, I had to throw out a batch of strawberries because there were too few customers in the cafe as of late. That was really sad." Her laugh grew a little louder. That made him happy as well. After a while, Nephi's looked at him, lingered for a few moments, and then said neutrally, "This was a really great idea. I have a bit of history with boats, you know." Sonny knew, of course. From the boat she had built from the bones of a demon to cross the dark sea to Ananke's Ketch, the two of them had shared many poignant moments while rocking on the water. Nephi sighed. I once sailed down a great river with a dear person. That person is gone, but the fondness remains. He couldn't do anything but hold her close. Sunny knew that she was talking about Anik. But even though she could not remember him, these words described the two of them too. Looking ahead, he smiled and said, "Then, it's good to forge new memories, to remember them fondly as well one day in the future." Eventually, the beach he had wanted to take her to appeared in sight. By then, basked in her warmth, Sunny felt a bit regretful that it did. Chapter 1809. Beach Date. Bastion used to be surrounded by a vast, lush forest. Sadly, the entire forest had been one giant, dreadful abomination, a fallen titan that possessed immense power and almost inexhaustible vitality. The Knights of Valor had risen to become one of the deadliest forces among the early carriers of the nightmare spell precisely because the warriors of the future great clan had spent decades fighting against the titanic forest and its horrid spawns. There were no masters and no saints back then, and yet they managed to push it back from the shores of the Mirror Lake. Nevertheless, Bastion had still been besieged by the hungry woods from all sides, and it was only after the second generation of Awakened came of age that the situation changed. One of the sons of the famed founder of Clan Valor took command of the Knights and waged a ruthless war against the vast Titan. Today, everyone knew the name of that son, for he had become the King of Swords. As for the abominable forest, it was long gone burned to the ground, the ashes scattered by the winds. A bustling city and fertile fields now stretched where impenetrable woods once stood, blocking the light of the sun and drowning the land in darkness. Sunny and Nephis had traveled far enough downstream to leave the settled parts behind, though. Now, tall trees crowded the shore, these ones quite docile and not dangerous at all, unless one went digging for their roots or tried to cut them down at least. There was a river bend not too far away, and the trees retreated a little along its curve, forming a sequestered beach. Emerald leaves were rustling like a vast sea, and sunlight poured from the pure azure sky. The air was shimmering from the sweltering heat. Further away from shore, the ground was covered by moss and swaying grass, but there was a wide strip of golden sand near the water. It was beautiful and peaceful, like a picture out of a book. Sunny smiled when he saw the picturesque view. "We're here." The two of them carefully guided the boat to the shore. Nephis jumped down onto the sand, looked around, and inhaled deeply. She seemed at ease and relaxed, which was a rare sight. Sunny, at least, did not remember when was the last time he had seen her in such a serene mood. Perhaps it was never. Picking up the picnic basket, he jumped to the beach, then grabbed the bow of the boat with his free hand and pulled it ashore as if it did not weigh anything. Then he studied their surroundings with a curious expression. How nice! Suffice it to say, Sunny wasn't a big fan of getting wet simply because the spell had never missed a chance to drop him into some damnable body of water. Nevertheless, now that he was on an actual beach, the idea of spending a pleasant day playing in the water and basking in the sun did not seem terrible at all, especially in the present company. Nephis glanced at him curiously. "Well, what do you think? Is it everything you dreamed of?" Sunny chuckled. "Ah, it's not bad, I guess. We'll see how things go." This outing of theirs was entirely spontaneous, and they had spent quite a while getting here. Needless to say, Sunny had not had a chance to eat before due to being summoned to the castle and running around to prepare the date, so he had worked up an appetite. Nephis was most likely the same. He found a good spot near the water and placed the basket down. Opening it, Sunny produced a beautifully embroidered blanket, laid it on the sand, and then moved the basket to its middle. Looking at Neph, he asked, "Would you like to eat something, Lady Nephis?" She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head with a smile. "Actually, I think I want to cool down a little first." He nodded. "Oh," then his expression changed a little. "Oh," before Sunny could react, Nephis took a step back and pulled her dress off. She was wearing a white swimming suit. Beneath it was not too modest and not too revealing. hiding everything that needed to be hidden just well enough to set his imagination ablaze. He barely managed not to gulp. Her alabaster skin, her glistening silver hair, her striking eyes, the smooth lines of her supple body, it was a lot to take in. Her figure was slender and athletic, with a flat stomach and perfectly defined muscles. As expected from a person who spent most of her time either in battle or practicing the sword. However, it wasn't harsh and cumbersome. Instead, it was beautiful and soft in all the right. I should probably look away. Sonny struggled to maintain his mental composure, knowing that she could sense the intensity of his longing. His struggles had limited success. Nephise chuckled, then turned around and stepped into the water. Then she looked at him over the shoulder. Are you coming? Sonny hesitated for a few moments. He wanted to, and he was going to, eventually, but doing so meant that there was no way back, because he would have to dismiss the nebulous mantle to take a dive into the cool water. The mantle protected him from prying eyes and suppressed his presence. Once his presence was released, Nephise would get a better measure of his power. She might not realize that he was a saint immediately. Some masters had one too, after all. Sonny himself had emanated a subtle presence as an ascended, for example. Plus, 5 of his shadows were far away, which diminished the ferocity of his presence a lot. But still, Nephise would be able to realize the truth eventually. He wasn't quite ready to let that happen yet. Sonny smiled easily. Go ahead first. I'll prepare things here and join you soon. She studied his face for a moment, then smiled and turned away. Suit yourself. Not wasting any time, Nephise dove into the cool water, escaping the summer heat with a splash. She moved away from shore with powerful strokes, then turned onto her back and continued swimming while looking at the vivid blue sky. Her tranquil gaze was full of joy. Chapter 18:10. Beautiful gift. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then looked down and concentrated on setting the table. However, he couldn't help but throw glances at Nephise, who was enjoying herself in the water. His gaze was a little heated, but he tried to control his emotions as best he could, knowing that she might sense the nature and intensity of his desire. He was sure that she already had. Maybe Nephise did not mind, though. Sonny let out a quiet sigh. His shadow sense had expanded to envelop a vast area, reaching far and wide. From the sky to the bottom of the river, nothing could escape him. He knew that Neph could handle any danger hiding underwater, but he still felt protective. Today was her day off, which was an exceedingly rare event, so nothing was allowed to spoil it. Many kilometers away, a hideous monster was stealthily moving through the woods. Before it could take another step, though, shadows suddenly came alive all around it. The beast did not have any time to react or to let out a roar. It was swiftly pulled into the darkness and disappeared from sight. A few moments later, a stream of blood flowed out of the shadows. Sonny shook his head with reproach and continued pulling out snacks out of the picnic basket. There were all kinds of dishes for Nephise to choose from. Those she liked the most at the brilliant emporium. There was also a small brazier and a kettle to brew tea. He had prepared well. Eventually, Nephise had enough fun and swam back to the shore. Sonny was standing there peacefully, enjoying the breeze. Rising from the water, she swept her hair back and looked at him with an easy smile. Aren't you hot, Master Sunless? All alone there on the shore. He hesitated for a moment. Not really. I've prepared the food. Would you like? Instead of answering, she looked at him for a moment, then moved her hand unhurriedly. In the next moment, Sonny was splashed with water. He froze. What just happened? His brain refused to process the information. Noticing his startled expression, Nephise couldn't help but laugh. Her melodious laughter, so rare and beautiful, was carried away by the wind, and then she looked at him with a hint of a mischievous smile. Her tone was subtly teasing. I feel a little cheated. Sonny stared at her silently for a few moments, then sighed deeply and lowered his head. Then the nebulous mantle dissolved into shadows. Immediately, the summer day seemed a little colder. The shadows hiding under the trees had grown deeper and darker. Their darkness, in turn, made sunlight more stark. Not wasting any time, Sonny pulled off his clothes. He was wearing a pair of simple black swimming trunks underneath his trousers. Finding them had given him a lot of trouble, actually, while he was preparing for the date. Everything else was fine, but something like that would usually be imported from the waking world. Obviously, Sonny had to run around the city a little to procure a suitable pair. The breeze caressed his naked skin, and at the same time, Nephi's looked at him with a strange intensity in her calm gray eyes. Sonny's body was not at all like what one would expect from a gallant and scholarly enchanter. It was lithe, with not a gram of fat covering the lean muscles. His figure looked like something chiseled from marble by an enamored sculptor. His flawless porcelain skin made his raven-black hair and dark eyes seem even darker. Most striking of all, though, was an intricate tattoo of a great serpent that coiled around his arms and torso. Contrasted against the fair skin, the black ink was like pure darkness. Every onyx scale of the coiling serpent was so vividly tattooed that it almost seemed alive. Sonny had summoned the serpent from Godgrave for a special purpose. He had not planned on revealing it in such a manner, though. Well, all his plans had gone astray ever since this morning. Nephi seemed a little startled by the sight. You have a tattoo." Sonny looked at his arms, then smiled pleasantly. "That I do." While she was gazing at him deeply, he sent a little essence into his muscles and jumped high into the air, then plummeted into the water like a cannonball, making sure that Nephi's was in the splash zone. In the next moment she was doused with water from head to toe. Neff's eyes widened a little. Laughing, Sonny surfaced and then swam away from the shore. "You get back here." The water was cool and clear, washing away the summer heat from his body. Coming to a beach was indeed a really great idea. The two of them played in the water for a while. With her silver anklets, Nephi's was like a mermaid. Sonny spent most of the time enjoying the sight of her moving gracefully underwater, so much so that he was starting to worry that he would be too distracted and accidentally drown. The water was pleasantly cool and incredibly clear. The sun, which had been high above them on the way to the beach, was slowly rolling down the horizon. At some point, Sonny left Nephi's alone and swam far away from the shore, then held his breath and dove down. Reaching the depths of the river, he noticed what he was looking for, a stealthy nightmare creature that looked like a massive boulder. Once he swam close to it, though, the boulder split apart, revealing a jagged line. The abomination was like a monstrous abalone, and what had seemed like stone was its shell. Before the creature could swallow him, Sonny crushed the impregnable shell with his fist, and then spent some time thoroughly tearing the river beast apart. Eventually, he fished the soul shard out of its remains and pushed himself toward the surface. Soon, thoroughly hungry, Sonny and Nephi's returned to shore. Pleasantly tired, they walked over to the picnic blanket and sat down. She looked at the food with glistening eyes. Before Nephi's could eat anything, however, Sonny reached outward and opened his palm. A soul shard was laying on it. It was a bit different from how the usual rough crystals. This one was perfectly round and polished, glimmering with a beautiful nacre color. Nephi's looked at it with curiosity. "What is this?" Sonny smiled. "Just something beautiful for you." She hesitated for a moment, then took it and studied the glimmering pearl for a few moments. Then her face bloomed with a bright smile. Bringing the pearl closer to her face, Nephi's looked at Sonny with appreciation. Then she sighed. "I don't have a gift for you, though." Pushing a plate of sandwiches closer to her, Sonny laughed. "You are here, that's the best gift." Chapter 18:11 Perfect day, you are here, that's the best gift. Neff's smile grew a little wider. Such a smooth talker. Still, coming from Master Sunless, even the most trite compliment was too pleasant to hear. She looked down at the luminous pearl he had given her. It was merely an awakened soul shard, but the lustrous pearl was so pretty, glowing softly with an opalescent shine in her hand. Its beauty and uniqueness made it seem quite valuable. However, it was the intent behind the gift and the words that accompanied it that made Nephi's like it a lot. She looked at him with a light smile. "I'll cherish it." Master Sunless usually wore his hair tied back neatly, but now it was loose and wet, falling to his shoulders like a waterfall of black silk. His skin was like white porcelain, with the onyx scales of the coiling serpent contrasted starkly against its smooth surface. His dark eyes were glistening in the sunlight. He looked lovely. Nephi stole a furtive glance at his chiseled body, then hid her agitation by biting into a flavorful sandwich. Her eyes closed slightly. Ah, the sandwich was absolutely delicious. It was simply unfair. Her sight was already being assaulted by his figure, and now her taste was besieged by his incredible cooking. Which of her 5 senses would Master Sunless tackle next? Thinking that, Nephi's tried not to blush. She had been a little flustered when he took off his clothes to jump into the water. He was much sharper than she had imagined. Nephi's was used to being in the company of warriors, so she had seen her fair share of athletic bodies. But the contrast between his gentle demeanor and his lean, sculpted physique was too striking, not to mention the detailed tattoo of the coiling serpent. It was so out of place on the body of the refined enchanter that Nephi's had been given a pause. That tantalizing tattoo seemed like it had a history. Had Master Sunless been a delinquent once? For some reason, the thought was strangely exciting. Of course, she had a different suspicion about the origin of the serpent tattoo. Then there was the unexpected potency of his presence. She had known for a while that Master Sunless was in a habit of wearing a memory that dampened the impression people had of him. But she had not expected that he would be that impressive. His presence was subtle but undeniable, very fitting for a man whose affinity lay with shadows. However, although she had paid attention to his appealing body and the unanticipated power of his dark presence, Nephi's had been distracted by something else. When Master Sunless dismissed his mantle, there was another thing that was revealed. She had always felt that his longing was strangely muffled. It was there, but somewhat obscured from her senses. But when the black mantle came off, the burning heat of his desire was finally revealed to her in all its startling depth. It seemed that behind the humble, slightly melancholic exterior, Master Sunless was a man of great passion. That was why Nephi's had been flustered. She had known that he felt a strong attraction to her, both on an emotional and physical level. However, it was quite a surprise to feel how deep that attraction went. It was not an unpleasant surprise, though. Because Nephi's felt a strong attraction, too otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to see him in earnest. So, instead of being uncomfortable, she secretly felt pleased and flattered by his attention. Nephi's had been grateful for the cold water at that time. It was all strange, and not entirely like herself. She had never felt that way, at least not that she could remember. But being with Master Sunless spoke to something deep within her. He made her feel at ease, as if the two of them belonged together like two pieces of the same puzzle. He was just so pleasant to be around. She couldn't help herself, but that was fine. Nephi's let go of these thoughts as she enjoyed the picnic prepared by Master Sunless. Everything was delicious. The tea was fragrant. The company was the best part. The glistening water, the rustling leaves, the embroidered blanket, the man sitting near her. It was all perfect, like the picture out of a book. She had not felt that relaxed in a long, long time. A disastrous war that would decide not only her own fate, but the fates of countless humans as well, was almost upon them. And yet, here she was, enjoying an idle day at a beach with a beautiful man. Nephi's would have felt guilty about neglecting her responsibilities, but she knew that coming here today was also important. She was proficient with a sword and had spent countless hours practicing how to wield it. Therefore, she knew that pushing her body without reprieve only seemed appealing, but would never produce a good result. The body needed sufficient rest in order to grow stronger and absorb what it had learned otherwise. It would simply collapse, destroying all the progress. It was the same with the mind. Nephi's had 1,000 issues to think about and 1,000 strategies to plan. But it would not be good to drive herself into delirium by never allowing herself to relax. The mind needed rest, too. Persistent mental fatigue and sleep deprivation would only make it dull. She knew all these things well, but she had realized only recently that the heart was just like the body and the mind. Her spirit needed reprieve from time to time as well. She couldn't just strain it endlessly and expect that nothing would break instead. She needed to maintain it carefully, just like she maintained her body and mind. So, this idle time with Master Sunless was not irresponsible at all. There was no need to feel guilty about satisfying her desires. That was just her doing some much-needed maintenance on her weary heart. Today was perfect. Finishing the sandwich, Nephi's leaned forward to pour herself some light wine. However, at that moment, Master Sunless reached forward as well, aiming for the tea kettle. Suddenly, their faces were terribly close. Nephi's looked at his lips, thinking, I wonder, how soft would they feel to the touch? Chapter 18:12. Don't let me be misunderstood. Sunny was enjoying the sight of Nephi's consuming the food he had prepared delightedly. He did not speak much and just looked at her, feeling that the day was perfect. Everything went much better than he had anticipated. It was so blissful, in fact, that he unconsciously expected a cursed titan to fall on their heads out of nowhere. Then he had to remind himself that he wasn't fated anymore. So, it will probably be fine. Still, his mouth was suddenly dry at the thought. Not thinking much about anything, Sunny reached for the tea kettle, but at the same time Nephi's reached for the bottle of wine. Suddenly their faces were terribly close. It was to the point that he could feel her breath on his cheek. The two of them remained motionless for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Neph's gaze was calm, but also made him feel hot. His own gaze, Sunny had no idea. He felt that it was rather intense. Her tantalizing lips were so close. She did not exactly move, but he sensed a subtle tension in her muscles as if she was about to lean closer. The leaves rustled softly all around them, and the setting sun painted by the sky in a million shades of golden radiance. Sunny took a deep breath and said, I need to tell you something. Just like that, the moment was gone. He sighed. I said that there were secrets that I might never reveal. But before anything else happens, there is one of them in particular I must share. So, Nephi's remained motionless for a bit, then picked up the bottle of wine and leaned back. Pouring the greenish liquid into a glass, she exhaled slowly and took a sip. Then she smiled faintly. You don't really have to tell me, I already know. Sunny froze. His heart skipped a beat, no, a few beats. Suddenly, he was a little panicked. Hiding his frazzled state, he forced himself to breathe and asked slowly, Lady Nephi's, what exactly do you think you know? He had been gathering courage to admit that he was the Lord of Shadows for so long, but she already knew. How? Since when? There were too many thoughts buzzing in his head. Nephi's drank more wine and smiled wistfully. Well, it wasn't that hard to figure out, was it? She paused for a few moments, then sighed. Plus, I feel like you've been giving me hints since we met today. I would be a fool not to realize. Her tone wasn't particularly agitated, which was good. However, at the same time, why wasn't it? How could she be so nonchalant? Sunny had been agonizing about this issue for a long time, so he felt a little hurt by the fact that she could remain so calm about it. He also didn't know how she could remain calm. Nephi's looked at him and continued. There are too few people with an affinity to shadows out there, but now I am suddenly surrounded by them. Additionally, you could not have expected me to know, given how rare and arcane this knowledge is. But my experience in the third nightmare allowed me to draw a direct parallel between you and the Saint of Godgrave. Sunny trembled. What knowledge? Her smile grew a little gentle. That mantle you wear looks just like the ritual attire of a priest of the nightmare spell. The mask the Lord of Shadows wears is part of that attire as well. Now, it might be a coincidence for me to stumble on two people with high affinity to shadows, and it might be a coincidence for two awakened to possess memories inherited from the followers of Weaver. But both of these connections can't be a coincidence. He slowly poured the tea into his cup. Indeed. Why had he not thought about that? Probably because the nebulous mantle was quite inconspicuous, unlike the eye-catching Weaver's mask. He had not expected anyone to attribute it to the cult of Weaver, but this was Anank's mantle after all. Nephis knew it too well. Additionally, she had never been supposed to meet the humble shopkeeper. To begin with, their unexpected relationship was the result of a messy series of unanticipated events. So, Sonny had not been as meticulous in maintaining his disguise as he would normally be. She knew all along. The idea was startling. Nephis, meanwhile, finished her wine and poured herself a little more. But mainly, it was the fact that the Lord of Shadows was too well informed about everything that is happening in both worlds for someone who is supposed to be a recluse. Knowledge like that can't be achieved without an information network. So, I figured that he has many agents scattered across the waking world and the dream realm. Sonny blinked a couple of times. With a sigh, Nephis put her glass down and added in a soft tone, "The lineage of Shadow God has never been discovered, at least everyone thinks so, but all these facts hint that it has. I don't know how the Shadow clan managed to remain hidden for so long and why you are starting to move now, but it doesn't matter. What matters?" He tilted his head a little. "Wait a moment," she looked him in the eyes and smiled. "Is that I know that you are an agent of the Lord of Shadows, Master Sunless. But that doesn't really change the way I think of you, so you don't have to worry." Sonny stared at her silently. No, but why does she sound a little smug? And also, she did not care if he was a spy working for the Lord of Shadows. That made him feel warm inside. It was so adorable. He inhaled slowly, then said in a cautious tone, "No, that's not it." A hint of surprise appeared on Neff's face. She lingered for a moment, then asked, "It's not?" Sonny scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "What I mean to say is that I am not an agent of the Lord of Shadows." His voice was a bit smooth. "I am the Lord of Shadows." Nephis looked at him incredulously. Her expression was deadpan. "What?" He nodded. "Yes, the Lord of Shadows, that's me. We met in Godgrave before we met in Bastion." Her face froze. Nephis remained silent for a while, then asked in a flat tone, "How would that even work? Godgrave is so far from Bastion and your tether." Sonny sighed, then manifested the gloomy shadow into an avatar. A moment later, two of him were sitting on the blanket, one wearing nothing but the swimming trunks, the other wearing clothes made from manifested shadows. "It's an ability of mine. I have 7 bodies. 2 are here in Bastion, 4 are in Godgrave, and 1 is in the Song Domain." Neff's eyes slowly widened. She stared at the two of him without saying anything, her expression perfectly emotionless. After a while, Sonny asked, Lady Nephis, are you fine?" She nodded slowly. "Yes, of course." He hesitated. "Are you sure?" Nephis raised an eyebrow elegantly. "Yes. Why are you asking?" Sonny coughed. "Because the river is on fire." Chapter 18:13. Behind the mask, the river was indeed on fire. It was quite a strange sight. A vast expanse of clear water was boiling, and more than that, a sea of white flames was spreading across its surface like burning oil. A wave of heat assaulted Sonny like a tide, bathing him in warmth. Neff slowly turned her head and looked at the river, a calm and composed expression on her face. The flames fell and were extinguished under her impassive gaze. Then she cleared her throat. "Ah, yes, there was a nightmare creature preparing to surface. I burned it." Her tone was poised and confident. Sonny kept the smile off his face. "Oh, I see, of course. Thank you for reacting promptly." His shadow sense was still enveloping the entire area, so he knew perfectly well that there had been no abomination. However, he wasn't going to mention it. Instead, he raised the steaming cup of tea with a trembling hand, gulped it down, and sighed. His avatar silently turned back into a shadow. Well, yes, as I was saying, there is no shadow clan and no information network. Instead, there is just me. My transformation ability allows me to manifest my shadows as incarnations of myself. Nephi stared at him with wide eyes, still struggling to accept the revelation. Her voice turned a little subdued. Transformation ability. So, you are a saint. No, of course you are, because you are the Lord of Shadows. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then what about the other forms, the Shadow Colossus? The little crow. I was under the impression that the Lord of Shadows, that you could assume these shapes due to your transcendent ability. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Those forms are made possible by a technique based on my dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities as well as my aspect legacy. Nephi's took a deep breath, then looked at him sharply. After a few moments of silence, she asked with a hint of agitation in her voice, You are really him, the Lord of Shadows." Sonny remained motionless for a bit, then extended an arm forward. Soul Serpent slithered under his skin, flowing into his palm. Then the intricate tattoo slowly disappeared and the black Odachi appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a few moments, then gently placed the great sword on the sand. Yes, although it would be more appropriate to say that the Lord of Shadows is me. Sonny looked at Nephi's with a pale smile. I attained transcendence 4 years ago, near the end of the Southern Campaign. After that, well, I was a little done with the world. So I spent a few years wandering the dream realm aimlessly, having no desire to return. But eventually, I did. I sent most of my incarnations to Godgrave, where they battled the nightmare creatures and established a foothold in that damned place. And at the same time, I came to Bastion and opened my shop. That is pretty much it. She looked at him for a while without saying anything. What was she thinking about? Sonny was afraid to imagine. Was she blaming him for fooling her, feeling betrayed? Was she too stunned to understand the meaning of his words? Or was she perhaps all right with it? He did not know. Nephi's, meanwhile, reached for the wine silently. The bottle, not the glass. Nephi's was reeling. She couldn't help but look at Master Sunless. No, Saint Sunless, no. Was that even his real name? She couldn't help but look at the charming enchanter and mentally compare him to the sinister, cold, overbearing Lord of Shadows. Sunless was slender, beautiful, and nice. His features were very handsome, but not in a rugged kind of way. Instead, he was gallant and charming in a soft and charming manner. His onyx eyes were usually calm, with a hint of wry humor hidden in their dark depths. Sometimes they were clouded by a veil of strange melancholy, and sometimes they were glistening with sincere mirth. He made Nephi's feel at ease. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was fearsome and imposing. His face was always hidden behind a mask sometimes. It was a featureless mask that made him look eerily unfathomable, and sometimes it was the ferocious mask of a dark demon. His movements were sharp and powerful, full of ruthless intent. His sinister voice was cold and emotionless. He made Nephi's feel on edge. If there was something in common between the two of them, it was that both of them seemed to be able to stir her emotions. But still, how could the two of them be the same person? How could the gentle Master Sunless have cut down great nightmare creatures without batting an eye? How could the aloof Lord of the Shadows have worn a homely apron and caringly prepared delicious waffles for her, placing a scoop of ice cream and fresh strawberries on top? She was failing to understand. Ah. My head hurts. Nephi's asked a few questions to buy herself some time to process the impossible revelations. He answered them, but she barely heard the answers. No way, it can't be. I mean, yes, I made the connection between the two of them. And yes, Master Sunless, Saint Sunless, he warned me that he has a lot of secrets, but, mostly Nephi's felt stunned. There was a subtle hint of humiliation at being fooled as well, or rather of being a fool. But there was also something else. Beneath the shock and rejection, she couldn't help but think, Would it be so bad if the charming enchanter had turned out to be the Lord of Shadows? Nephi's remembered her first meeting with the mysterious saint. She would have lied if she said that he had not fascinated her. His power, his beautiful swordsmanship, his cold arrogance. Back then, she had felt wistful, thinking that it would have been so nice to have a steady partner like that. Someone who could keep up with her. An equal. Of course, she had often wondered what was hiding behind the mask of the Lord of Shadows. It was a bit exciting to imagine. She was quite sure that he was young, but what did he look like? Was his face as cold and emotionless as his voice? Were his eyes as ruthless? Was he handsome? He had to be as a saint. Was he even a human? Nephis had only been distracted from that fascination after stumbling into an unexpected relationship with Master Sunless, the charming and gentle enchanter. First a fake one, then less and less so. She mentally replaced the ferocious mask with the beautiful face of Master Sunless, Saint Sunless, or whatever his name truly was. He would look so out of place in the heavy onyx armor, wielding the great blade of the dark Odachi, but also it fit so well. His raven-black hair, his porcelain skin, his dark eyes. She could imagine it easily. A beautiful man like him sitting on an obsidian throne in the nameless temple, clad in intricate onyx armor and surrounded by eternal darkness. How did I not realize it before? Nephis wanted to fall through the ground. She feverishly went over every encounter with the Lord of Shadows, and then put them side by side with the time she had spent with Master Sunless. The way he watched her practice swordsmanship. The way he watched the lonesome tree in the courtyard of the dark temple. The way he seemed to enjoy seeing people eat his food. The way he seemed to prefer the solitude of the nameless temple despite surrounding himself with human-like shadows. She swallowed some wine, not feeling its taste. Wait, Sunless, is that even your real name? Chapter 18:14 Confession. Sunless, is that even your real name? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Why is she? But then it made sense. He knew that his feelings for Nephis were real, and him being the Lord of Shadows did not change them. But for her, she must have been questioning everything she knew about him. Every word he had uttered was under suspicion of being a lie, and every action he had taken was under suspicion of being premeditated and purposeful. That was because, while Master Sunless was merely a person, the Lord of Shadows was something else. He was one of the players in the grand game between the powers of this world. Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her a fragile smile. Sure, that is my real name. Well, actually, although it is my real name, most people call me Sunny, so I was going to suggest that you call me that too soon today. He faltered, then sighed. Listen, I want to explain something. My intention was never to deceive you. I did not approach you with an ulterior motive, insinuating myself into your good graces for a nefarious purpose. In fact, I never expected to meet you at all. I mean, meet you here in Bastion. He wasn't being very eloquent, but there was no helping it. Sunny's mind was in turmoil, and therefore so were his words. He sought a momentary refuge in the act of gulping down tea. It was sort of like this. The Lord of Shadows was supposed to be a part of me that deals with the big picture. While Master Sunless, he wasn't supposed to have any purpose at all. He was just meant to live the life that I have always wanted to live, but was never able to. A quiet and peaceful life away from bloodshed and strife. One that had nothing to do with the sovereigns, the war, the nightmare spell, the gods and the demons, the future. Sunny sighed. I just wanted to manage a small shop and live quietly. Or rather, I wanted to let a part of me experience that bliss at least. So that was what I did, and I never expected that a few days after the Lord of Shadows met you, you would walk into my shop. Actually, I was so startled that I fell like a fool, Neph blinked. That was why you were on the floor. Sunny coughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Yeah, she stared at him intently. Wait, what about the duel with Tristan of Aegis Rose? He looked down. Oh, that I tried really hard not to hurt him, too much. Nephise opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. Then she opened it once more and covered it with a hand as if mortified. Wait, so when she, Sonny smiled sheepishly. Ah, right, that happened too. It was a bit funny, actually. Effie was in a habit of belittling the Lord of Shadows in an earnest attempt to help out Master Sunless win Nephise over. Her clumsy attempts to help missed the mark completely, of course, but were strangely endearing. Although Nephise had indeed ended up seeing the humble shopkeeper in a favorable light. So maybe Effie actually knew what she was doing. Sonny wasn't sure at that point. Noticing that Nephise seemed to have lost the ability to speak, he hesitated for a moment and then said softly, "When you walked into my shop, it was like two worlds colliding. Well, and after that, one thing led to the other. And before I knew it, we were in a contractual relationship. I was being knighted, and you were spending more time with me than with the Lord of Shadows, who was supposed to be the only incarnation of mine to face you." He hesitated for a moment. "I knew that the best course of action would be to sever that connection and make sure that Master Sunless, the humble shopkeeper, never comes in contact with changing star of the immortal flame again. But I was selfish, and I was greedy. And I went along with the flow, allowing it to pull me closer to you." Nephise looked at him strangely, something flashing in her eyes. Then a slight frown creased her elegant brow. She mumbled, "Wait, but initially I only trusted you, this version of you, because Cassie had vouched that you could be trusted, and she would not have done something like that without a thorough investigation. How did she miss all these clues?" Sonny almost choked on his tea. Wiping his lips, he put the cup down and glanced at Nephise carefully. "Ah," he said tentatively. "Actually, Cassie was the first to find out. She made sure that I had no malice toward you and tacitly agreed to keep my secret for a bit so that I could tell you myself eventually." The wine bottle was slowly melting in Neff's hand. Her voice trembled a little. "Cassie knew," Sonny smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, Cassie. Ah, yes, we sort of struck a deal, for reasons, but you should know that she only has your best interests in mind. So if you want to blame someone, blame me. She has really done the best she could. It is me who's at fault." Nephise stared at him silently for a while. Then she stared at him some more. Sonny had a feeling that she was yelling at a certain blind seer currently in her head. He tried to imagine what Nephise was feeling. His imagination failed. Surely she was shocked, embarrassed a little, reeling. But maybe was there no possibility that she was a little happy as well? The Lord of Shadows wasn't her enemy after all. In fact, they had built some trust and rapport in the recent months. They had fought side by side, and he was someone anyone would wish to have by their side on the battlefield. Someone who could support her on her treacherous path, not just treat her to a picnic between the calamitous battles. Wouldn't it feel nice to know that someone like that was also kind and caring to her at least, and that he was longed for, really to be more than just an ally? Both the Lord of Shadows and Master Sunless were parts of Sonny, and together they made someone who could stand side by side with Nephise wherever she went and support her in whatever way she needed. In short, I'm not that bad, am I? Nephise inhaled slowly, then said in a subdued tone, "Which one of you is the real you?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said the truth. "All of me is the real me." He looked away. "It would be easy to say that one of my incarnations is a mask and the other one is the true me, but that would be a lie. They are all me, and the only difference between them is the role they have to play. The Lord of Shadows is meant for war, and so he is aloof and unyielding. Master Sunless is meant for peace, and so he is soft and accommodating." Sonny lingered for a moment and then added quietly, "I guess you can say that one of them is what I want to be, while the other is what I have to be. But that is not really important. What's important is that," he looked at her with a pale smile, "both of them are me, and I am sincere in my feelings for you. You know it. You should have felt my longing." Nephise studied his face for a long time, Then she nodded slowly and blushed. "I see. I need to digest it. Sorry." Wah! Before Sunny could react, beautiful white wings appeared behind Nephi's and she soared into the air, sending sand flying in all directions. "Wait!" He called after her, but she swiftly rose into the sky and then disappeared in the direction of Bastion. Sunny was left alone on the beach, frozen. You, he looked down, remained silent for a while and grimaced. "You forgot to take your dress." Indeed, Nephi's was in such a hurry to leave that she had forgotten to pick up her white summer dress. Of course, she could summon a memory armor to cover her body at any moment, but still, Sunny sighed deeply. He didn't regret confessing his identity to her. He would have felt uncomfortable going further without doing that, but he did regret it a little. Their perfect date was ruined, and yet he looked at the sky silently. There, at the end, her reaction wasn't that bad, was it? It wasn't. In fact, it was a little promising. Chapter 18:15, stranded. The sky above the Moon River plain was gray and unfriendly. Drops of cold water were dribbling from above, and the winds were blowing above the barren wasteland, howling as they dove into the canyons. Rain sat in front of the crackling fire for a few minutes, staring somberly into the distance. Her body was bruised, but there were no serious wounds. Her mind was clear. It was just that the situation was a bit bleak. Rain sighed heavily, then inspected her surroundings. Well, there wasn't much to inspect. The stony wasteland was nearly featureless. There were a few twisted dead trees a dozen or so meters away. Beyond that, far away, stood a weathered ruin. The canyon was on the other side, a stone throw away. Next, she inspected herself and grimaced. Rain was wearing her usual leather pants, Henley wool vest and jacket. She was not going to suffer from the cold because her body was protected by her worn-out military bodysuit, but her warm coat was still in her pack, which was back with the survey team, full of survival equipment. The last time she had seen her sword, it was impaling the abominable hand to the ground. Her bow and quiver were now somewhere at the bottom of the canyon. The only weapons she had left were the hunting knife in the sheath attached to the small of her back, and a dagger hidden in her boot. It wasn't much. However, what concerned Rain the most was not the lack of weapons, but the lack of simple tools. There was no food or water either. Luckily, there was a young lady from a noble clan. Tamar had to have a few useful memories in her soul arsenal. Rain rubbed her face, then rose and walked over to the unconscious girl. After inspecting her carefully, she scowled and cursed quietly through gritted teeth. Damnation! Tamar wasn't in a good shape. She was not at death's door, but her body was terribly battered. Her face was bruised, and judging by a slight grimace that contorted it with each breath, so were her ribs. One of her arms was badly injured. If not for the vambrace of her enchanted armor, it would have been mangled even worse. Worst of all, both of her legs seemed to be broken. She must have been slammed against the wall of the canyon or had been caught between rocks, being tossed around by the current. Well, it was already a miracle that they had managed to survive. In fact, Rain should have been worse off than Tamar, whose awakened physique was much more robust. Her teacher must have made rescuing her a priority. Rain sighed deeply. She wasn't particularly fond of the haughty legacy, but there was also no animosity between them. So seeing her in such a sorry state made Rain feel despondent. Tamar had chosen to catch the falling laborer instead of saving herself. After all, if she had been more selfish, she might have avoided getting hurt altogether. Stupid woman! Rain stared at the unconscious girl for a while, then rose and walked away. She returned a couple of minutes later, carrying a few sturdy branches. Awakened were much stronger than mundane people, and could recover from many terrible wounds. They healed much faster. Tamar seemed to have already saturated her core, as well at that despite only awakening a couple of months ago. One of the perks of being a legacy, I guess. She must have received a treasure trove of soul shards immediately after becoming an awakened. Legacy clans were known to provide their young with a lot of support. Granted, not quite to that degree. Clan Sorrow must have liked pampering young Tamar. Or rather, they probably were in a hurry to make her as strong as possible before the start of the war. The thought made Rain feel cold. In any case, Rain wasn't too concerned about the younger girl. She would make a full recovery before too long. However, this was the dream realm. They were lost and far away from other humans. Their situation was rather precarious. Taking off her jacket, Rain hesitated for a few moments and unsheathed her knife. She cut her Henley and then tore off its sleeves with a regretful expression. Finally, she sat down on the ground and started to cut the sleeves into thin strips of fabric, meaning to make them into cords. It was better to set Tamar's bones before she regained consciousness. Once the cords were ready, Rain returned the knife into its sheath and approached the legacy girl. Her greaves and cuisses were in the way, so Rain had to unstrap them. Memory armor was rarely donned and stripped, since Awakened could simply summon and dismiss it. However, that did not mean that it couldn't be taken off normally. Granted, Rain wasn't very familiar with how all these plates of metal were fastened to a human body and each other. So, she fumbled a little. She was in the process of trying to remove a greave when something about her surroundings subtly changed. Looking up, she was a little startled to see that Tamar had opened her eyes and was staring at her dazedly. "What are you doing?" The legacy girl's voice sounded hoarse. Rain looked down. From the side, it surely seemed like she was trying to loot the half-dead young lady for a pair of boots, like a complete scoundrel. Rain smiled sheepishly and then said in a friendly tone, "Don't scream." Tamar looked at her in confusion. Then her eyes widened and she let out a stifled groan. The pain had finally caught up with her. Damn it. The young legacy slumped on the ground and gritted her teeth, reeling from pain. Rain, meanwhile, let go of the greave and shook her head in dejection. All that work completely in vain. She waved to attract Tamar's attention. "Hey, Lady Tamar, dismiss your armor." Tamar looked at her silently for a few moments. "Why?" Rain inhaled quietly, then tried her best to imitate the tone her mom had used to make her younger self take medicine. "Your legs are broken. I need to set the bones well unless you want them to heal wrong." The young legacy gritted her teeth, then raised her torso and looked down. A few moments later, she fell back on the ground, her face turning pale. There was a long stretch of silence, and then her plate armor collapsed into a whirlwind of sparks, leaving only the cloth underlayer behind. Tamar was left wearing only a simple white shirt and breeches, shivering slightly in the cold. Rain hesitated a little before picking up her jacket and covering the younger girl with it. Then she looked at her pale face from above. "It's going to hurt a lot. Do you want to bite down on something?" Tamar slowly shook her head. "Just do it." "Well, suit yourself." Rain returned to her feet, picked up on them gently, placed her hand on her calves, and said gingerly, "Listen. I'm going to count to 3. 1. Without saying anything else, she pulled. In the next moment, Tamar clenched her fists and let out a string of curses. Or at least she must have thought that they were curses. In fact, this proper young lady had no idea how to properly curse. It was a bit adorable. You said you would count to 3, Rain shrugged nonchalantly. "I lied." Chapter 18:16. Simple Porter. Tamar handled the pain surprisingly well. Rain herself was no stranger to pain, but she had never been hurt that badly. She wasn't sure if she could have maintained composure in a similar situation, at least without a dire need to stay composed. Humans were wired to abhor pain, so there was nothing wrong with showing a bit of weakness. But after that first string of curses, the young legacy stayed silent and simply glared at Rain intensely. It was as if she was inviting her to try her worst. Weirdo. Luckily, Rain was quite good at treating injuries. All children learned the basic treatment procedures in school, and she had been additionally schooled on how to deal with most injuries in the wilderness by her teacher. So Tamar did not have to suffer unnecessarily. After the bones were set, Rain told her to summon back her boots, and then went about making splints from the branches and cords she had prepared. While she busied herself with it, Tamar finally spoke. "You Ronnie." Rain glanced at her briefly, then looked back down. "Huh, she remembers my name." "What?" the legacy girl inhaled slowly. "Where are we?" "Good question." Rain hesitated for a few moments, coming up with a believable lie. Sadly, the fact that they were alive was quite unbelievable. But then again, the existence of her teacher was even harder to believe. So any explanation she could come up with would sound more plausible than the truth. Eventually, she said, "I'm not sure either. Somewhere downstream from where we fought the tyrant. It looks like the river carried us pretty far. When I came about, I was laying on the edge of the canyon with no trace of the others in sight. You were about 100 meters downriver, that's all I know." Tamar remained silent for a while. "How did we survive? A petty shadow rescued us from the current, then left us to fend for ourselves in the wilderness. Because I hurt his feelings." She smiled faintly. "No idea. I assumed it was because of some powerful life-saving memory you have." The young legacy raised an eyebrow. "There's no such thing," Rain sighed. "That's too bad." Finally finished, she looked at Tamar and shrugged. "Well, we're both alive. Now we just need to make our way back to the main camp, and then we will even be able to keep staying alive. Isn't that wonderful?" The young legacy looked at her somberly, not saying anything. Rain smiled faintly. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Tamar glanced at splints on her legs, then faced her with a grim expression. "We don't even know where we are. The wilderness is teeming with nightmare creatures, and I can't fight. How are we going to get to camp with me like that?" Rain wasn't very concerned. "What's the problem? Summon that echo of yours and let's ride it all the way back." The young lady did not answer. Her silence was a little unnerving. Rain frowned. "Is there a problem?" Tamar simply stared at her grimly for a bit, then said evenly, "I can't summon my echo." Her words sent a chill running down Rain's spine. The giant wolf had been perfectly fine when they fell into the canyon, had it not? The two of them could easily survive the perilous journey with its help. However, without the echo, the situation would indeed be chillingly grim. Being lost in the wilderness of the dream realm with no tools and no weapons, with the soul-awakened warrior among the two of them suffering from heavy injuries, making it to the main camp in one piece seemed like a very distant possibility, to say the least. Rain looked at Tamar, her frown deepening. "Why, was it destroyed?" The young legacy slowly shook her head. "No, it's not destroyed." Rain lingered for a moment, then rubbed her face tiredly. "Then what's the problem?" Tamar remained silent for a few seconds. "The survey team is lacking a melee fighter now. Ray can do a lot of damage from stealth, but he is not well suited for direct combat. Without that echo, the team will suffer heavy casualties if they can even make it back to the main camp. They won't have a way to cross the canyons either. The mission will fail." Rain stared at her incredulously. After a while, she said, "So, it's not that you can't summon the echo. You won't summon the echo because you would rather die than put the team and your mission at risk." Tamar nodded. "That's right." A strange smile appeared on Rain's lips. "That is very noble of you, Lady Tamar. It's commendable that you have decided to die for your duty. But what about me? Isn't it a bit strange that you have also decided that I will die to uphold your duty? Doesn't seem very fair." The young legacy frowned. "Have you no loyalty? Those people are your comrades, and our mission is important for the future of the Song domain. We must be ready to sacrifice for the greater good." Rain laughed. "Loyalty? I am sorry, Lady Tamar. I am a hired laborer. I get paid a pitiful amount of coins to carry rocks and do tedious chores. Am I supposed to die for the right to carry rocks or for the privilege to do chores? I've been only doing that to put food on my plate. The only thing I'm loyal to is my stomach." Tamar glared at her with indignation, then took a deep breath and grew quiet. Sprawling on the ground in exhaustion and clearly suffering from pain, she remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. You're right. You are not a legacy or even a soldier, so I can't expect you to understand. Still, I won't compromise the entire survey team for the sake of one member. I won't leave them without the protection of the Echo. Rain sighed inwardly. Stubborn fool. Tamar, meanwhile, looked at her with a grave expression. But I also can't expect you to share my burden. So, leave me. Your legs are perfectly fine. You stand a chance of making it back alive without me. I've seen your skill. You are not defenseless, so I'll give you a few of my memories. You won't be able to use the enchantments, but they will still be helpful. If you are careful enough and lucky enough, you'll survive. Rain studied her pale, determined face silently. After a while, she asked in a neutral tone, "So that's your plan, to send me off and stay here, immobilized, to die on your own?" Tamar raised her chin arrogantly. "Who says I'll die? I'll crawl and find a good place to hide. In a week or two, the survey team will reach the main camp. Then someone will come to find me. I just need to last for a while." Her tone was confident, but her words did not sound very convincing. Rain did not say anything for a while, then massaged her temples with a grimace. Eventually she said, "Fine, don't summon your damned Echo. Instead, summon a rope, or a cloak, something like that." Tamar frowned in confusion. "A rope? What for?" Rain stood up and raised her hands above her head, stretching her body. She could feel strength returning to her limbs. "Because I am going to drag you to the main camp instead of that Echo, if I have to. You did save my life back in the canyon, after all. I might be a simple porter, but I'm not an ingrate. My mom taught me better." She had decided to stay with Tamar. After all, there should not be a lot of difference between carrying rocks and carrying a slim legacy girl. They were going to make it back together, or not at all. Chapter 18:17, Shelter and Food. Among Tamar's memories, there was an enchanted cloak. Its enchantment wasn't very useful in their current situation, but the cloak itself was just what Rain needed. Harvesting 2 long branches from the dead trees, she used it to create a makeshift stretcher. Rain held the front end of the stretcher, while the rear end dragged on the ground. For the young legacy, it wasn't the most comfortable way to travel, but if she was suffering, she did not let it show. As for Rain herself, she quickly warmed up from the strain. Hauling Tamar over a long distance in this manner was not very plausible, but luckily, they weren't going far just yet. For now, their plan was to find shelter and wait for about 10 days before summoning the Echo. That much time should be enough for the survey team to return to the main construction camp, or at least get close to it. So, all Rain and Tamar had to do was survive that long. It was especially important that Tamar remained alive, because with her death, the Echo would disappear as well. Then, the survey team would be in peril. Remembering the porters she had become friends with, Rain grimaced. She had put on a cynical facade in front of the young legacy, and although there was some truth to her words, in all honesty, she wasn't willing to save herself by sacrificing those people either. Plus, Rain was not helpless. Although the Moonriver Plain was much more dangerous than the wild reaches around Ravenheart, she still stood a fair chance of surviving here. "I'll take it one step at a time." For now, they had to find shelter, then procure food and water. After that, she was going to think about it later. Soon, the ruins drew near. They were too large to be a solitary building, but too small to be the remains of a town. Stone walls rose from the ground, once tall and magnificent, now crumbling and covered in cracks. Rainwater was spilling out of the cracks, and it seemed as if the ruins were weeping. There was no telling what that place had been once, and currently, Rain wasn't that interested in solving the mystery. Instead, her gaze fell on the ground and grew tense. "Damn it!" She stopped without approaching the ruins and gently placed the stretcher on the ground. Tamar's face paled from the jolt, but she stubbornly refused to let her pain show. "What is it?" Rain studied the ground with a somber expression. A few moments later, she sighed. "There are prints on the ground." Tamar turned her head to look. There were indeed traces of something having stalked this area in the mud. The prints weren't too large and were clearly animalistic in nature. Judging by their size and depths, the creature or creatures weren't too large. Still, it was a cause for concern. The ruins Rain had hoped to take shelter in were occupied. The two young women looked at each other silently. Eventually, Tamar asked, "What do you want to do? We can go further away from the canyon." Rain remained silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. "There's no point. Whatever it is that lives in the ruins will be faster than us by far. Once it crawls out and catches our scent, it will find us no matter how much distance we can cover before nightfall," which wasn't much distance at all. The state of the paw prints hinted that they had been left many hours but less than a day ago. So Rain suspected that the inhabitant of the ruins was a nocturnal predator. Even if she hauled Tamar away with all her strength, they were not going to outrun a nightmare creature. She sighed. "It has to die." Rain looked at Tamar, then asked her to summon her memory weapons. Soon, a small arsenal appeared from sparks of light on the ground in front of her. The brutish Zweihander was a beautiful and fearsome weapon, not to mention utterly deadly. Unfortunately, Rain could barely lift it. She could muster just enough strength to swing it from side to side in a crude and graceless arc, but there was no hope of doing that with any semblance of speed and accuracy, which meant death in an actual battle. To her delight, Tamar possessed an enchanted bow and a quiver of arrows as well, but Rain could not even draw the bow. It was too heavy, and one would have to have a bear's strength to bend its limbs. There was a beautifully austere battle spear as well. Sadly, it was even worse than the Zweihander. While its weight wasn't as great, the balance was different, so Rain almost toppled while trying to lift it. Dejected, she stared at Tamar for a few moments, gaining a new appreciation for the younger girl's slender physique. How is she so strong with a body like that? The young legacy had been brandishing the brutish greatsword with elegant ease, and even jumping over canyons while wielding it. Awakened possessed immense physical prowess, but Tamar seemed especially strong, or at least knew how to utilize her strength especially well. Shaking her head, Rain gave up on the young legacy's main weapons. Instead, she only picked up a Kindle, a simple double-edged dagger with a straight blade and a sharp tapered tip. It had no guard or decorations to speak of, but there was a lethal beauty to its simplicity. The length of its broad blade was a bit too long to be a dagger, but a bit too short to be a short sword. Rain weighed it in her hand and nodded. "I'm off." Tamar grimaced and tried to crawl off her stretcher. "Wait." She picked up the enchanted bow and pulled the quiver closer to herself, then sat up, facing the ruins. If you can't handle it, draw it into the open. I'll try to bring it down from the ground." Rain studied her for a few moments with a neutral expression. She was trying not to smile. Tamar's intent was gravely serious, but with her legs outstretched and fixed straight by splints, she looked a bit comical, sitting there on the ground like a doll. Eventually, Rain gave her a nod, gripped the enchanted dagger, and headed for the ruins. The shape of the weapon was only marginally more advantageous than her hunting knife. However, it was a genuine memory, and of the ascended rank no less. Even if Rain could not use any of the dagger's enchantments, its sharpness alone would be of great help. Feeling tense and uneasy, she silently entered the ruins. A few moments later, her figure was swallowed by darkness. Tamar was left sitting in the mud, gripping her bow tightly. The jacket Ronnie had lent her fell to the ground, but she could not even feel the cold. Looking down at the jacket, she noticed that it was lined with a fine alloy mesh. The stitching was very neat, but it had clearly been reinforced to become a makeshift piece of protective gear by hand. She stared at the jacket for a few moments, surprised. Tamar was no stranger to all kinds of armor, however. As a legacy, she had always been meant to become an awakened. So the armor she was knowledgeable about was in the form of powerful memories and defensive aspect abilities. Such a minuscule, mundane method of protection as lining one's jacket with reinforced alloy would have never crossed her mind. It was so strange. Ronnie herself was strange. She seemed too calm and too capable. Most of all, her mental fortitude was entirely out of place. By all accounts, she should have been terrified and on the verge of panicking. It was Tamar who was supposed to be the one to maintain her composure in any situation, as an awakened warrior should. And yet, why did it seem as if Ronnie was more prepared to face the horrors of the dream realm than she was? As if for her, all of it was just a normal Tuesday. Can she be a Valor spy? That would be reasonable. However, somehow, Tamar did not believe it. She gritted her teeth and faced the ruins. For a few minutes there was only silence, and then the silence was torn apart by a chilling roar. Deep within the ruins, a heavy object collided against the stones. She heard a faint sound of something sharp grinding against the ancient walls. One of them seemed to crumble with a loud crack. Tamar raised her bow and prepared to draw the string. A while later, a slender figure walked out of the darkness. Ronnie's clothes were soaked with blood, but the blood was too dark to have come from a human. Her expression was nonchalant. She was wiping the blade of the enchanted dagger on the sleeve of a black military bodysuit as she walked. Approaching Tamar, the strange porter flashed her a smile. An awakened beast. We were lucky. Tamar looked up, staring at the mundane girl silently. Is that what she calls lucky? An awakened beast was supposed to be a herald of death for a mundane human. Even the government soldiers used heavy suits of mechanized armor and powerful rifles to face one. Soon, Ronnie dragged her into the ruins. Finally sheltered from rain, Tamar felt a little better. They entered a spacious hall in the central structure of the ruin. It was dark inside, but that did not prevent her from seeing the body of a large beast laying on the stone floor. The lower part of its body was buried under rubble, and its throat was savagely slit, seeping with blood. Sitting down on the floor, Ronnie leaned back tiredly. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly smiled. Here's shelter. And look, she pointed at the dead abomination. There's food. Her smile dimmed a little. Now I just need to find water. Chapter 18:18 Moment of respite. Even though rain did not show it, she was still reeling from the short but lethal battle with the awakened beast. A creature like that was not something she had not faced before, but those encounters had always been preceded by careful planning and preparation. Challenging an abomination as powerful as that blind was a chilling experience. Luckily, the beast had been slumbering deeply when Rain entered the ruins. She stalked them silently, found the enemy, and managed to devise a feasible plan without alerting the abomination. Then, she cut her arm and stirred the nightmare creature awake with the scent of blood. Luring it out of its lair, Rain toppled a badly damaged stone wall on the beast, burying it under rubble. The enemy was immobilized, even if only for a few moments. So she rushed in, dodged its deadly claws deftly, and sliced its throat open with the sharp blade of the ascended dagger. It all ended in a heartbeat. Rain wasn't even injured much. Of course, she could have very well lost her life. One mistake was all it took to die. If she had hesitated even a little or had been a split second too late to dodge the monstrous claws, the beast would have been gnawing on her bones by now. But it was dead instead. So, it all worked out in the end. I don't like it. Rain had grown accustomed to hunting nightmare creatures, but the lack of control in this improvised battle made her feel uneasy. She didn't like gambling with her life. Letting out a sigh, she glanced at Tamar and then went about making a fire. The young legacy had a tinderbox memory, so Rain did not have to go through the tedious motions of forcing the damp wood to catch flame by hand. Soon, the ruin was illuminated by warm orange light, and the two of them were warming themselves in front of the fire. The rain had turned into a dribble by then, so she couldn't collect rainwater anymore, at least not conveniently. It would be easier to wait for the canyon to fill with water once again. She would walk there later. Rain had to scout their surroundings anyway. For now, though, she weighed the enchanted dagger in her hand once again, then sighed and rose to her feet. Wait here. Dragging the carcass of the dead beast outside with some effort, Rain dressed it down and salvaged a fair deal of meat. She had no salt to cure it, and there was not enough wood to smoke it, so most of the meat was destined to spoil shortly. If they were lucky, though, it could last them just long enough. Returning inside, Rain skewered the meat on sticks and began to roast it. It would have been better to do it over coals, but open fire worked as well. Tamar observed her actions silently. All in all, she was holding up well despite the terrible injuries. After a while, the young legacy asked, "Ronnie, who are you?" Rain raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? I'm a porter. Before that, I was a laborer in the main construction camp. They pay members of survey teams much more, so I volunteered." Tamar scrutinized her for a few moments, then shook her head. "You are too skilled to be a simple porter. Archery, swordsmanship, wilderness survival. Most of all, your mentality is not that of a mundane person." Rain looked at her dubiously. "I'm sorry, Lady Tamar. But have you spent a lot of time with mundane people?" The younger girl frowned. "What do you mean?" Rain smiled and concentrated on the roasting meat. "I mean that you legacies are a bit isolated from the rest of us mundane folks. You grow up being trained by your clans instead of going to school, and only attend the academy for a month or two to make connections with fellow sleepers. Then, you assume an important position and spend all your time surrounded by awakened warriors. So how would you even know what a mundane person should be like?" She glanced at Tamar and shrugged. "Well, all right, I might be a bit of an outlier, but still, why can't I have great combat skills? Every child in the world is trained to be able to defend themselves. I trained especially diligently, both in school and with private tutors. That was because once upon a time, a nightmare gate opened near me, so I was motivated." Rain paused for a moment and then added with a shrug, "I worked long and hard to prepare myself for the first nightmare. It was just that my nightmare never came. I wasn't chosen by the spell and remained mundane. There is no inherent difference in skill or determination between mundane people and awakened, wouldn't you say? It's just a matter of luck." Tamar studied her for a bit, then asked, "That might have been so in the past, but the situation is different now. With your talent and skill, you stand a great chance of surviving the first nightmare. So why didn't you apply to challenge one? All you had to do was return to the waking world and let the spell take you. Your training would not have been wasted." Rain remained silent, then sighed. "People don't just risk their lives for no good reason. I value my life a lot, because there is someone out there who treasures it." Her expression turned somber. She hesitated for a few moments and then added, "My older brother died challenging a nightmare. My parents have suffered enough, so I don't want to risk putting them through that pain again." Rain did not expect the proud legacy to understand legacies were a ruthless bunch after all, but to her surprise, Tamar seemed to feel her words deeply. The younger girl lowered her head and looked at the ground. After a while, she said stiffly, "Mine too." Rain looked at her in confusion. "What?" Tamar sighed. "Older brother died challenging a nightmare too. He was much older than me and very talented, the pride of our clan. He became a master at an early age and challenged the third nightmare after a while, and died there." Her expression was stoic, but her voice was tinged with heavy emotions. Eventually, the young legacy shrugged. "Well, the age gap between us was too big, so I did not know him well. I just thought I'd share since you did first." Rain looked at her quietly for a while, then turned away. "Thank you for sharing." With that, she pushed a skewer of roasted meat into Tamar's hand and rose to her feet. "Now eat. I'll go scout the surroundings a bit." Rain left the ruin and explored the area a little, eating the meat as she walked. Eventually, she made her way to the edge of the canyon. All in all, the situation seemed much less dire than she had expected. There did not seem to be any more nightmare creatures around, which meant that they would probably be able to hide in the ruins for many days. Now she just needed to collect water. Sitting at the edge of the canyon, Rain sighed and looked down into its dark depths, waiting for the chasm to start weeping. "What will I use to collect water? Unless Tamar has a suitable memory, her helmet will have to do. At that moment, her body suddenly tense and her eyes widened. Her expression froze, because she saw out there in the depths of the canyon a massive shadow was moving, grabbing onto the rocks with its countless hands. Chapter 18:19 pursued. Rain froze, afraid to move. There below her, far away, something was moving in the darkness. Sunlight did not reach that deep into the canyon, but she was still able to discern a vague and frightening shape. The creature was immense and hunched, with countless arms protruding like a sinewy forest from its massive hump. She thought she saw a clawed hand reaching up to grab the weathered rocks, and in the next moment, an echoing sound of rolling stones rose from the canyon. Rain's whole body grew tense. The awakened tyrant they had fought before falling into the river seemed to be alive. Worse than that, it was here now, either by coincidence or because it had followed their scent. For a moment her heart was drowned with fear. She had battled and slain many nightmare creatures. Most of them were dormant, while some were awakened. The strongest of them had been the huntsman, and she barely survived that fight. There was no chance that she would be able to survive a battle against an awakened tyrant. That creature was not something a mundane person could ever kill. Not even an awakened would face it alone. Even a full cohort was not always enough to deal with a tyrant. To Rain, the hideous abomination was like a herald of death. Still, she forced herself to calm down. Fear was not going to help her. What would, though? Nothing came to mind. Run. We must run. That was the only logical conclusion. Forgetting to breathe, Rain slowly backed away from the edge, trembled as she turned her back to it, and silently rose to her feet. Then she took several cautious steps forward and broke into a sprint. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So much for hiding from danger in the ruins. So much for waiting for 10 days. Not only had danger found them, but it was also of a kind that they had no hope against. Rain glanced at her shadow and hesitated, not knowing if she should say something. Her teacher had been strangely silent since the morning, as if he wasn't there at all. In the end, she didn't say anything. Entering the ruins, she saw that Tamar was laying on the floor, staring at the ceiling with a bleak expression on her face. The younger girl was in terrible shape, so Rain had hoped that she would have an opportunity to rest and recover a little. Sadly, that was not in the cards anymore. Noticing Rain's hurried motions and grim expression, Tamar rose on an elbow and scowled. "What's the matter?" Rain was already rolling the strips of monster meat into her jacket, knowing that hunger and physical strain did not go well together. In the wilderness, food was life and hunger was death. "Get on the stretcher." She paused for a moment and then added darkly, "The damned tyrant has followed us. It is climbing up the canyon." Tamar's eyes widened. She froze for a moment, then gritted her teeth and silently crawled onto the makeshift stretcher. Rain threw the rolled jacket to her, then grabbed the handles and grunted. The young legacy girl wasn't exactly heavy, but she still weighed much more than Rain could carry comfortably. Worse still, that weight wasn't distributed evenly between her shoulders and waist, like that of a backpack would. Dragging her to the ruins was a bit of an exercise, but would Rain be able to drag the stretcher across many kilometers of rough terrain? Not without killing herself, most likely. Curse it all. There was no time to think. For now she had to create as much distance between them and the tyrant as possible. There was still a possibility that the creature had been carried to this corner of the Moon River Plain by the same current as them, so it could have been here by coincidence. In that case, they still had a chance to escape. If not, let's go. Rain dragged the stretcher out of the ruin and hesitated for a few moments, a lost look on her face. Where were they supposed to head? Every direction was the same except for where the canyon and the tyrant were. So, Rain felt inclined to rush in the opposite direction from the abomination, going west. But she decided to ask Tamar's opinion first. As if guessing her thoughts, the legacy girl spoke quietly from the stretcher. "The canyons of the Moon River Plain typically stretch from north to south. We have been carried far south by the river, so The main camp should be somewhere northwest of our position." She hesitated a little and then added, "However, we don't know how far we were carried exactly. It may be more prudent to head further south instead. That way we might reach the edge of the plain and find the Lake of Tears." The Lake of Tears and the great waterfall, Weeping Goddess, were where Clan Sorrow's citadel stood. Rain remained motionless for a few moments, considering her options. The main construction camp of the road crew was northwest of their position. The Lake of Tears was somewhere south. The problem was that they did not know which one was closer. Eventually, she decisively turned south. Her choice was very simple and had nothing to do with distance. She chose the Lake of Tears simply because they would have to follow along the canyon to reach it, which meant that they would most likely not have to cross other canyons on the way. With Tamar incapacitated, crossing even one could become an insurmountable obstacle, not even taking into account that they might end up being pursued by an awakened tyrant. Wasting time was a luxury they did not have, so really the Lake of Tears was not the best choice. It was simply the only choice. Gritting her teeth, Rain strained her tired body and pulled the heavy stretcher south. At that moment she was thankful for the cloudy sky and the cold dribble. Even though her face and hair were already damp, the dust covering the stony plain had turned to mud. Because of that, it was easier to drag the stretcher across it. She was still struggling, though. "I'll need to come up with a better way." Somewhere behind them there were more sounds of rocks falling deep in the canyon. The tyrant was already close to crawling out of the darkness. Rain hurried her steps. Chapter 18:20, waiting for rain in the end. Her worst expectations had not come true, but it was very close. The tyrant had not happened to be there by coincidence. It was, in fact, following their scent. Rain saw from afar as its ugly shape rose from the canyon, pulling itself onto the stone with a dozen monstrous hands. The creature looked like a hideous giant that was on the verge of toppling under the weight of its bulging hump. However, it wasn't really a hunchback. Instead, the mound on its back was simply there to allow for countless arms to protrude forward, all ending with terrifying claws. The most eerie part was that the abomination looked vaguely human-like, as if it had been a person once. If it had, then it must have been eons ago. After climbing out of the canyon, the tyrant spent some time wandering near the edge, its oversized head low to the ground. Dragging Tamar away with all her might, Rain couldn't help but glance back into the distance from time to time. She couldn't understand what the tyrant was doing. But when it wandered to the ruins, spent some time there, then stumbled south, she realized something. The abomination was sniffing for their scent. That would mean that they were done for, only it didn't, because there was one detail playing to their advantage. The tyrant was blind. Rain herself had blinded it, putting 2 arrows through its eyes. So, even though the creature seemed hell-bent on following them, it couldn't simply rush in their direction. It had to follow their scent laboriously, stumbling across rough terrain as it forged a path forward. Its hatred seemed to be truly boundless, though, because even after a few hours the ghastly figure could still be seen far in the distance, wandering the plain in search of them. They couldn't lose it. Curses! Rain was slowly increasing the distance between them and the tyrant. Her arms were on fire as if her muscles would melt at any moment. Her breathing had turned hoarse, and she felt like she was drowning. It took all of her resolve and determination to keep pushing forward, dragging the makeshift stretcher behind her. Just a few hours had passed, and she was already in such a sorry state. So, despite the fact that the distance was increasing, Rain did not feel at ease. That was because she knew that she wouldn't be able to keep this pace up indefinitely. More than that, once the night fell, they would have to stop. She would need to rest. Tamar was not doing too well, either with her injuries. What she needed was to remain still and recuperate, not be jolted painfully every few moments as her stretcher dragged across bumps and creases. Her broken legs had to be a cause of constant torment. Even if Rain could push through her exhaustion, and Tamar could endure the rough handling, it was simply too dangerous to travel across the Moon River Plain at night. Despite the abundance of moonlight, it would still be dark, and the fact that there was a nightmare creature pursuing them did not mean that there would be none ahead of them. Bad, it's bad. Unlike them, the tyrant did not need to rest. It was not afraid of the darkness either. So Rain had to get as far away from him as possible before nightfall so that they would not be caught until dawn. What would happen if the abomination did find them? Sucking in a hoarse breath, Rain glanced at her shadow again. Her teacher was mercurial and unfathomable, but she was pretty sure that he would not let her die. What about Tamar, though? Would his benevolence extend to a stranger from a legacy clan? She wasn't sure. The lives of the survey team members were also tied to Tamar's life, so Rain could not stop. "I'm going to die." It felt like she would die from the strain long before the abomination caught her, and yet she persisted. By the time the sun disappeared behind the horizon and the 3 moons rose into the sky, she could barely feel her hands, but she could not see the tyrant any more either. Rain found a stone mound to shield them from the wind and placed the stretcher down. Then she simply fell to the ground, breathing heavily. She was so tired that she couldn't move. Tamar wasn't much better, laying motionlessly on the stretcher. Her face was even paler than before. The barren land was bathed in moonlight. In the darkness, its harsh desolation looked beautiful and shrouded in mystery. A myriad of bright stars shimmered in the sky, veiled here and there by heavy clouds. "Ronnie, are you alive?" Tamar's voice sounded weak. Despite everything, Rain couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed so. After a while, she asked in a subdued tone, "Do you think that the Queen's authority extends this far? If we die, will we turn into pilgrims?" Tamar remained silent for a while, then said evenly, "Of course. Otherwise, you would have already fallen into the first nightmare." Rain sighed. She couldn't argue with the truth. Sometime later, she finally mustered enough strength to sit up. Leaning on the cold surface of the stone mound, Rain stared at the sky dejectedly. She was suffering from thirst even more than she did from physical exhaustion, so she hoped that rain would come. With a name like mine, can't the heavens be a little merciful? A strong enough downpour could wash away their scent as well. Deciding to be optimistic, Rain asked Tamar to summon her helmet. They consumed some of the remaining meat in silence. Afterwards, the young legacy looked at her somberly and said in a subdued tone, "You can just leave me behind and save yourself, you know." If Rain wasn't slowed down by the need to drag her wounded companion along, she would have had a much higher chance of escaping from the tyrant. That much was obvious. She scratched the back of her head and answered half-heartedly, "Aren't we heading for the Lake of Tears? That is where your clan's citadel is located. What am I supposed to say if I show up there alone? Sorry, I left your daughter to die because she was too heavy. I doubt they'll welcome me warmly after that." Tamar looked at her silently for a few moments. Unexpectedly, a faint smile eventually appeared on her face. "I'm not that heavy," Rain sighed. "And I'm not that strong. Now go to sleep. You need rest. We'll move on at dawn, so there's no time to waste. I'll take the first watch and wake you up at midnight." Tamar wanted to say something, but just nodded silently in the end. It had been a terribly long day, and she must have been mentally exhausted from dealing with the pain and mental burden. Soon, her eyes closed, and she swiftly fell asleep. Rain studied the sleeping girl's face for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and stared into the darkness. Despite the terrible fatigue, despite being tormented by thirst, she still knew what she had to do. If you want to get out of here alive, all you need to do is awaken. That was what her teacher had said. So Rain sat motionlessly, felt the flow of soul essence within her and concentrated deeply, making it revolve faster and faster. After a while, she felt cold drops falling on her face. A minute later, the rain had turned heavy, shrouding the world with a rustling veil. Never losing control of her essence, Rain smiled, picked up Tamar's helmet and crawled out from beneath the overhanging stone ridge. Placing the helmet on the ground, she allowed the downpour to pelt her freely and continued to force her essence into a raging whirlpool. Deep within her soul, another grain of sand was being formed. Teacher is always right. Chapter 18:21. 1,000 steps. Despite how tired Rain was, how badly she needed reprieve, she still sat on the ground and circulated her essence. Her body was absolutely motionless, but her soul was like a raging whirlpool. At the heart of the whirlpool, soul essence was being refined into solid form by the crushing pressure. There were plenty of radiant grains there already, sparkling like gemstones as they spun and collided. Rain could almost hear the melodious ringing and feel her soul tremble slightly with each clash. However, the brilliant gemstones were unable to fuse yet. There weren't enough of them for that to happen. She had to create more, but it was such a slow and arduous process. Rain was already doing much better than anyone was supposed to. After years of slaying nightmare creatures, her essence was especially potent. Her control of it was both forceful and intricate, remarkably precise at least for someone below the ascended rank. All she needed was time. Sadly, Rain wasn't sure that she had any time left. "I'm not fast enough," deeply concerned. She gritted her teeth and concentrated wholly on controlling her essence. When the moons reached the apogee of the cloudy sky, she allowed the raging whirlpool of her soul to dissipate and slumped, feeling like she was about to pass out from fatigue. Dragging Tamar's conical helmet over with a weak hand, she drank half of the water that had accumulated inside and finally felt alive again. A little. Then, Rain woke the young legacy up and curled on the ground, instantly falling asleep. In the morning, her entire body felt broken. Rain had told Tamar that they would move on as soon as dawn broke, but in the end, they spent more time under the rock outcropping. Rain knew that she wouldn't endure another day of dragging the stretcher with her hands, so something had to be done. After thinking for a while, she unsheathed her hunting knife and carefully separated the alloy mesh from the lining of her military jacket. The alloy wire was very fine, but incredibly durable. She spent a lot of time patiently dismantling the mesh with the help of Tamar's enchanted dagger, then weaving the wires together. In the end, Rain was left with several meters of crude alloy rope. The young legacy was observing with an incredulous expression. Her pallor had become a little better, but she still looked terrible. In fact, both of them did. Tamar had always maintained a valiant and dashing image, quite in line with her exalted status as the daughter of an old legacy clan. Rain might not have had the same background, but she still endeavored to look, if not refined, then at least decent. Now, both of them were dirty and wretched. They were covered in mud from head to toe, with sunken eyes and chapped lips. Their hair was damp and tangled. Their clothes might have had color once, but now they were indistinguishable from the surrounding dirt. It was a complete disgrace. Looking at Rain, then at herself, Tamar smiled faintly. "Aren't we a sight to behold?" It was good to see that she still had enough spirit to be humorous in this situation. Continuing to weave wire rope, Rain smiled as well. "Indeed. Aren't we lucky that the tyrant is blind? At least it won't be offended by our appearance when it eats us." Listening to Tamar chuckle in a weak voice, she fashioned one end of the wire rope into a simple harness, then secured the other end to the stretcher. Putting the harness on herself, Rain gave it a cautious tug. Much better. By then, she could already see the hideous giant far away in the distance. The abomination had not lost track of them despite the heavy rain. It was still following their scent, albeit a little slower. "Of course it is. We have to go." Tamar had seen the tyrant as well. Rain noticed that she never looked at it directly, keeping the creature in the periphery of her vision just like Rain herself had been trained to do by her teacher. Many nightmare creatures could sense when a gaze was directed at them, so she had been taught to never look at abominations directly when stalking them. I guess legacy training has something in common with mine. She wondered who had it tougher, and decided that it was probably her. Helping Tamar onto the stretcher, Rain took a step forward. The wire rope dug into her skin, but it was much easier to pull the stretcher that way, which was not to say that it was easy. Rain still struggled against the heavy weight. She sighed quietly and gritted her teeth. Hooking her fingers under the wire rope to spare her chest and abdomen from being cut by it, she leaned her body forward and pulled. Rain was like a beast of burden, and the stretcher was like a strange mud sled. She was curious to see how long she would endure. Step, step, another step, 1,000 steps, more. The world narrowed down to a patch of drying mud in front of her, the feeling of the wire rope cutting into her shoulder, and the depleting struggle to pull the stretcher forward. The air flowed into her lungs as she breathed hoarsely. For a while, her mind was empty of thought, full of only the harsh sensation of physical strain. Rain was doing fine for an hour or two, but then, a sense of deep, suffocating exhaustion slowly seeped into her muscles, filling her body with lead. The horizon seemed as distant as it had been before, and the barren wasteland was unchanged. She felt like she had made no progress at all, and therefore her silent torment felt endless. The lumbering silhouette of the blind tyrant was still following them, far behind, prowling low to the ground. Rain pushed forward stubbornly, but at the same time, a cold realization sent chills running down her spine. It's hopeless. She wasn't one to give up without a fight, but she also knew better than to fight a hopeless battle, and this desperate struggle of hers was already lost. Rain might be able to stay ahead of the tyrant for a while, maybe for a day, or even a few. But sooner or later, the abuse she was putting her body through would take its toll. At some point, she wouldn't be able to keep the pace anymore. Then she wouldn't be able to take another step, or even rise from the ground. That was if nothing else killed her before that happened. So all she could do was keep walking forward and pray that some miracle would save them. Maybe, if she bought enough time, they would stumble on a passing saint who happened to be traversing the Moon River plain by chance. Maybe another abomination would get into a fight with the tyrant, dealing it a grievous wound. Maybe, they would get lucky. But Rain was not willing to entrust her life to dumb luck. She had to think of something. She continued to pull the stretcher across the mud, slowly forcing her mind to wake up from the numb slumber. There had to be a way out. There always was. After a dozen more steps, or maybe 1,000, Rain's dark eyes suddenly glistened with ferocious determination. Chapter 18:22, Miraculous Feat. Actually, Rain already knew what miracle could save her. It wasn't a miracle that could happen to her, but rather a miracle she could make happen. It was her awakening. Just like her teacher had said, it was the only solution to this lethal predicament. The problem was that the formation of her soul core was far away, while the tyrant was too close. The abomination was not drawing closer yet, but it would soon. If Rain could rest with no distraction and concentrate on meditating steadily, there would have been hope of awakening before the hideous giant caught its prey. But she had to escape from it, dragging Tamar across the wasteland from dusk till dawn. She had to rest at night to recover at least some of her strength, so there were only a few short hours for her to circulate her essence while keeping watch. Those hours were woefully insufficient for the task at hand. But actually, wasn't she looking at it all wrong? Rain remembered the previous night. The cool sensation of water droplets falling on her face, the joy she felt. Back then, she was circulating her essence. She took Tamar's helmet and moved it from below the overhanging stone ridge to catch the rain, hoping to quench her unbearable thirst. Which proved something vital. It was that she could move and control her essence at the same time. As long as her concentration wasn't broken, Rain could do whatever she wanted while forming her core. Of course, it wasn't easy to keep her essence under control when doing something else. It was already hard enough to maintain the raging whirlpool while in a state of perfect peace, not to mention extremely tiring. And yet, if she could circulate her essence while traversing the wasteland, then she wouldn't just have a few pitiful hours at night to form her core. Instead, she could keep forming it constantly, for as long as her mental fortitude allowed it. Rain felt a strange compulsion to laugh and cry at the same time. Of course, of course. Why not? She was already doing something unprecedented by trying to awaken without the help of the nightmare spell. As far as Rain knew, no other human of the waking world had ever done that. And yet, she didn't just have to perform that miraculous feat, but also do it while being pursued by an awakened tyrant and dying from physical exertion. Lost in the wild reaches of the dream realm with no help, hope, or support. It wasn't fair at all, but it also made sense, in a strange kind of way. After all, making history was not supposed to be easy. I can do it. I must do it. I have no choice but to do it. Rain gritted her teeth, and then, ignoring her terrible fatigue and suffocating strain, she reached into her soul and tried to move her essence. The heavy mental and spiritual burden was instantly added to the crushing hardship of pushing her tired body forward. As soon as she took the next step and felt the wire rope cut into her skin painfully, her concentration was destroyed and she lost control of her essence. Rain took a laborious breath, gripped the rope tighter, and tried again. This time she managed to keep hold of her essence but lost control of her abdominal muscles, allowing them to relax. She instantly lost balance, stumbled, and sprawled in the mud. "Ah!" Tamar's subdued voice resounded from behind, tinged with concern. "Ronnie, are you all right?" Rain exhaled slowly, then pushed herself off the ground and wiped the mud off her face. Well, with how dirty her gloves were, she might have just added more mud to it. "I'm fine." Pulling up the alloy harness, she gripped it again and pulled the stretcher forward. She did not make the same mistake the second time. It was terribly difficult and ruthlessly hard. But after a while she managed to take several steps without losing control of her essence. Then a dozen steps. Then 100. And finally, Rain forced herself to keep walking and circulating her essence at the same time. Her vision had turned blurry, and her mind felt as if it would collapse from strain. But it did not. Her body did not crumble either. So she kept walking. After a while, her hearing seemed to have turned incredibly sharp. She heard the makeshift stretcher scraping against rocks. She also heard the melodious ringing of crystals of essence colliding with each other. She could almost hear the roar of the radiant whirlpool as it revolved within her soul. Eventually, she did not know how much time had passed. She thought that she could feel her essence with incredible clarity, like she had never felt it before. The sensation of it flowing through her, within her, was almost physical. And so, it was almost as if her body and soul became one, indistinguishable from each other. When that happened, she pushed her essence harder, making it revolve even faster. The pressure at the heart of the whirlpool increased, and the speed with which the next grain was being formed increased as well. Much more importantly, Rain wasn't limited to meditating a few hours a day anymore. She could keep the process of core formation at all times while she walked, while she talked, while she rested her weary body on the ground. As long as her will held, she did not have to stop. The question was, what would take longer, for her will to shatter or for her soul core to be formed? Rain was going to find the answer whether she wanted to or not. As night fell, so did she. Rain collapsed on the ground, unmoving. This time she remained motionless for far longer than yesterday. It felt like her body had shut down. She had never been so utterly beaten before or exhausted so terribly. And yet she still continued to control her essence, never letting its current stop or slow down. After a while, Tamar awkwardly crawled over to check on her. The legacy girl helped Rain turn over, supported her to sit up, and shoved a strip of meat into her hands. "Eat." Rain smiled weakly and forced herself to take a bite. The tyrant had fallen behind in the latter half of the day. Her speed had been greater with the harness and she had covered much more distance. It was still nowhere near enough to escape the pursuit, but at least they would survive another night. Probably. They even had some water left. After quenching her thirst and consuming enough meat to refuel her depleted body, Rain sprawled on the ground and sighed. I'm going to be terribly skinny by the end of it. Tamar stared at her with an incredulous expression. That's what you're concerned about. Rain considered laughing but found the thought too tiring. In the end, she said, why, of course. I want the tyrant to be left hungry after it gobbles me up. Skin and bones, that sort of thing. The young legacy remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. You have a very morbid sense of humor, don't you, Ronnie? Laying on the ground, Rain grinned. What can I say? If you live with wolves, you'll howl like a wolf. Someone has been a bad influence on me. After a while, she added, I'm sure I'm pretty delicious, though. Tamar had her usual stoic expression on, but at that moment it cracked a little. Looking away, she suppressed a chuckle and said in a serious tone, I'm sure you are. As she did, Rain felt another radiant crystal being formed deep within her soul. The melodious ringing was growing louder and more frequent. Chapter 1823. Mud. A desolate plain stretched as far as the eye could see under the cloudy sky. The horizon was shrouded by a rustling veil of cold rain, and the ground had turned into an endless expanse of mud. A canyon cut the plain like a deep scar, resounding with eerie weeping sounds. It would turn into a raging river soon, but for now, the vertical slopes were drowning in nothing but darkness. A young woman was moving across the plain, pulling a makeshift sled behind her, although it would have been hard to recognize her as a human from first sight. Covered in mud from head to toe, she looked like a gaunt golem made from clay. The mud stuck to her skin and clothes, making the woman look like a part of the barren wasteland that had somehow come alive. Her face and hair were covered in layers of dirt as well. Only her dark, sunken eyes could be seen, burning with fierce determination. In the end, Rain had lasted more than a day. In fact, she had lasted for 6, enduring the inhuman strain and crushing exertion of their desperate flight against all odds. She had reached her breaking point a long time ago, but somehow she managed to keep going even after becoming broken. Later, she faced some other, much deeper limit. Rain wasn't sure what it was and couldn't clearly remember. All she knew was that she was still standing. That was all that mattered. The original stretcher had long fallen apart. The enchanted cloak was fine, of course, but the wooden frame had cracked and shattered. Rain had kept repairing it as best she could, but at some point, she could only discard the broken branches and replace them. She built the new frame from the bones of the nightmare creatures that had attacked them in the dead of night. The melodious ringing of essence crystals colliding with each other in the depths of her soul was almost deafening now, filling her ears. Her vision had grown vague and narrow. Most of her consciousness was consumed by the sensation of soul essence spinning in a raging whirlpool, permeating every cell of her body. The rest was filled with exhaustion and pain. Step, step, another step. The further south they went, the more bleak the weather became. Chilling rain poured from the gray sky more and more frequently, and grew more and more forceful. She didn't mind. Not only did it mean that they would not suffer from thirst, but pulling the stretcher through the mud was easier than it would have been if the soil was dry. Of course, it was a perilous exchange. Rain would have probably been dead if not for her military bodysuit being wet meant losing heat, and heat was energy. With how much she was exerting herself, energy was a precious resource that she dared not waste. Her body had already started consuming itself, so it was a dire commodity. Tamar, meanwhile, was not faring much better. She did not have to exhaust herself physically, and her wounds were healing. But new ones were added to the old ones after that nighttime attack. The young legacy had lost a lot of blood, and although they slaughtered the abominations in the end, it was not without a cost. Rain was concerned about the younger girl. They did not have a lot of chances to get to know each other better in the past 6 days. Most of their time was taken by the endless, exhausting march, and when they rested at night, both were too tired to talk. And yet, Rain felt like an invisible bond had formed between them. How could it not, after they had gone through so much hardship together? The muddy plain, the weeping sky, the burning desire to survive. No one else would know or remember these trials, but they would. There was a sound that suddenly distracted her. She could barely hear it behind the rustle of rain, the roar of the water rushing through the canyon, the melody of her soul essence, and the silence of her numb thoughts. "Nai, Ronnie, Ra," she flinched and came to her senses. In the next moment she saw several swift silhouettes rushing at them through the rain. Nightmare creatures. Curse them! Without wasting any time, Rain fell on the ground. Behind her, Tamar was already sitting up on the stretcher. She was holding a bow in one hand, knocking an arrow on its string with the other. While Rain was feverishly untangling herself from the alloy harness, the young legacy let the arrow loose. It streaked through the pouring rain and hit one of the abominations in the shoulder. Despite her weakened state, Tamar still managed to maintain admirable accuracy. However, it wasn't quite enough. The creature stumbled and rolled on the ground, but then rose again and continued sprinting. Although it had received a deep wound, none of its vital organs were destroyed. Damn it! There were 3 abominations, each the size of a wolf. From the looks of it, they were merely awakened. In fact, the 2 of them had been lucky to not encounter a fallen nightmare creature yet. Still, an awakened abomination was absolutely deadly, especially in a situation like this one, when the initiative was on their side. So tired, Rain remained laying on the ground for a few moments, then rose to her knees and unsheathed her hunting knife. She gripped the hilt of the enchanted dagger with her other hand and rose, holding both blades in a defensive stance. By that time, Tamar had already sent another arrow flying, finally bringing the wounded abomination down. Her face was pale, and the ugly wound that stretched across her shoulder and chest had opened, seeping with blood. The strain of drawing a powerful enchanted bow was too much for her to endure, and yet she was already pulling the string for the 3rd time. The nightmare creatures were almost upon them. Both lunged forward in a flash of claws, fangs, and frenzied eyes. Just then, Tamar's arrow hit one in the head, killing it instantly. The other jumped on Rain. She dove under its claws and thrust both of her blades forward. The hunting knife barely penetrated the tough hide of the abomination and slid from her grasp, but the long dagger sunk into its flesh to the hilt. The creature fell on Rain and sent her crashing to the ground. She just barely managed to push the abominable beast, sending it flying over her head. They fell simultaneously. "It hurts." Rain fell on her back, but spun and rose to her knees almost immediately. Dashing toward the struggling abomination, she pinned it to the ground with the weight of her body and stabbed it repeatedly. Her strikes were aimed at all the spots where vital organs should have been. A while later, the beast stopped moving. Rain crawled off its corpse weakly and sprawled in the mud. After that violent burst of strength, she felt like she would never be able to stand up. And yet, throughout all of it, the melodious ringing never grew silent. Even while being lunged at by a snarling abomination, wrestling it to the ground and sinking her blade into its flesh, Rain had never stopped circulating her essence. Somewhere deep within her, another radiant grain of sand was formed. She smiled tiredly. Soon, drops of rain were falling heavily on her burning face. Chapter